Welcome to Raging Bullets, a DC Comics fan podcast, episode 168. Welcome to Raging Bullets. I'm Sean Whalen, drnorge on the CGS forums, and I'm joined as always by my co-host Jim. Best decision I ever made. Nasty little prunes they were. So says the sensei of the whatnot, Segulin, and the Duke of And I wanted to make sure I quoted you right on that.
Yeah, how's it going, eh?
We're going to be talking Secret Six on this episode, among other things.
Yeah.
Sorry. I couldn't resist.
No, actually a good one.
Our sponsors for this episode are DCBService.com and InStockTrades.com, where you can pick up the Luna Park hardcover, written by Kevin Baker, and the art and cover is by one of the artists from Loveless, which I really loved the art on that book, so this is a big draw for me on this one. Alec Strelnikov lives in the shadow of Coney Island, a world of silenced rides and rusting amusement parks that mocked his dreams of becoming a hero. 10 years ago, he traded a brutal existence in the Russian army for a promise of America, only to become an enforcer in the Brooklyn mob. Now he chases his ghosts with all he has left, booze, heroin, and his lover, Marina, part-time prostitute and full-time fortune teller. The only way the two of them can escape their miserable fates hinges on a desperate plan that will put them between warring mobs and the span of a century. From contemporary Coney Island to the Russia of the Second Chechen War to spellbinding 1910s New York. Mixing historical novel, immigrant fiction, and crime thriller, Luna Park marks Kevin Baker's return to Coney Island, the setting of his critically beloved dreamland, and features breathtaking art by one of the artists from Loveless, which is great. And I'm not even going to try to...
I'm going to try to do...
It's DANIJELZEZELJ, with To Die For Colors by Dave Stewart. And that's something, it's one of those hardcovers, Jim, that's regularly $24.99, 55% off, only $11.24. That, for me, when I'm making a decision on whether or not to purchase an original hardcover, that really drives that for me.
Yeah, that's a good deal there.
But that is one of those. I liked The Nobody, which came out this week, and I'm going to talk about that during Speeding Bullets this episode. So I wanted to give a shout-out to some of these original Vertigo hardcovers that are going to be coming out. And one of the things that's making a decision for me on picking them up is that discount. Because at cover price, they're a little out of my price range. But at half off, It makes it a lot more affordable and an interesting decision for me. JSA vs. Cobra, number 4 of 6. I'm going to talk about a little bit more at the end of the episode. But our friend and colorist, Art Lyon, is on that book. And that is a gorgeous-looking book. I want to get that on, hopefully, next week's Speeding Bullets, if not the week afterwards. I want to chat more about that book because it was gorgeous. But it's regularly $2.99, 40% off, only $1.79. I'll do the blurb for that at the end of the episode. I want to remind everyone that For Tomorrow is going to be coming towards the end of this month. It's from Brian Azzarello from 100 Bullets, artists Jim Lee and Scott Williams. It's Superman 204 to 215. A cataclysmic event has struck the Earth. Millions of people have vanished without a trace. No one is left unaffected, not even Superman. Now the Man of Steel must face the mystery of how millions of people vanished without a trace, only to find that he may be responsible. And he's going to have a battle with Wonder Woman, this villainous Equus, and the surprise villain who is behind a majority of this is, I don't even want to reveal it here because it really would kind of ruin the story, but it's really just a fantastic read. It's a 12-issue story, $75 if you want to pick up the absolute version regularly, 47% off, only $39.75. Trade paperbacks, Volume 1 and Volume 2, $14.99 regularly, 47% off, only $7.94. And we're going to be following this baby up with Preacher, which we're not going to announce the discounts on that yet because they don't have those set from DCB Service. We're waiting until after we do For Tomorrow. We'll officially announce the Preacher discounts. So if you're considering grabbing Preacher, wait until we announce those discounts. You can get the In-Stock Trade special discount price, too, because they always do that 47% off for us. And I want to thank DCBService.com and InStockTrades.com for continuing to support us. Jim, what kind of a podcast are we?
Well, Sean, we are a spoiler podcast. We go in-depth into plotline, story twists, and whatnot of the comics we're reviewing. So if we're going over something you haven't read, you may want to come back later so you can better enjoy the show.
I think I had marbles in my mouth during that opening because some of it we did like twice, 3 times.
Twice, 4 times.
Right now I'm still not happy with it, but I'm not going to do it again because we'll never get to the actual show. So I apologize in advance for the ads on this one because I'm a little off. This one I definitely want to get to immediately. We got an email from writer Gail Simone that she mass emailed out to everybody. But I asked her, I said, can I read this on the show because I think it's really cool and I want to support this. Many of you know that one of the all-time industry greats and a hero of mine, John Ostrander, has suffered from severe eye problems for some time now. He recently underwent eye surgery to help with his glaucoma. I spent several days with him at the Superman celebration in Illinois a couple weeks ago. And he was just a complete pleasure to be around the whole time. Never once complained about his eyes, though they did seem to be obviously causing him some discomfort. He spent the entire weekend being amazingly generous to both the fans and other creators, giving advice to both aspiring and working writers, and free comics to little kids. As I'm sure we all know, there's no feeling quite like meeting someone you have idolized and finding out that they're a very wonderful person on top of everything else. John's very expensive health insurance isn't completely covering his surgeries, his recuperation in Boston, or his follow-ups. Thus, his friends at Comic-Con International and Wizard Entertainment are endeavoring to raise money to help. Bless them, both cash donations and an auction are going to be held on Saturday, which is really great that they're going to be doing all this to help out. All the information is right here at www.comicsforesight.com. And I want to say something. I'm going to put those in the show notes and on the website as well. I went to this. There is a donate button. I donated $25, and I'm not saying that to pat myself on the back. Not a ton of money or anything like that. But it's kind of anytime I do stuff like this on the show, I do donate myself. I'm a believer that any of the things that we say to you, please donate to. I tend to put my money where my mouth is. And just to hear, Gail Simone is obviously, I've said many times, my favorite writer. For her, someone I think she's everything she said about John Ostrander. Yeah. For her to say that about him immediately connected with me, so I donated immediately. I'm not saying I donated a ton of money, so don't take it that way. What I'm saying is I'm throwing down the gauntlet. Please donate something, whatever you can afford. I always say on the show, price of a comic book, and I stand by that. If you want to match what I did $25. It's through PayPal. I sent it there. I think it's very cool that she was passionate enough to want to do this. So I'm putting my money where my mouth is. If you want to do beyond what I can, that's great. Please rally your friends who are comic fans. Maybe they don't listen to the show. Not everybody listens to Raging Bullets. It's fine with me. Just remember, this is for John Ostrander, who is just a wonderful creator. I agree with her. He's a wonderful, talented creator. I wanted to support this, so that's why I put this on here, and I want to thank her for sending this. I want to finish her email real quick. This is all those guys. I have nothing to do with it. I'm just passing along notice of their good works. They put it more simply and powerfully than I could. If he loses this battle, he loses his sight. All of us have enjoyed John's brilliant work. Most of us have been inspired by what he's created or improved, and more than a few of us, like myself, have shamelessly been swimming in his wake for some time now. Please take a moment and donate what you can in cash, and also considering adding an item to the auction that these wonderful people are putting on. This is one of the really, really good guys in the industry, one of the best writers we've ever had. Please help these people lend a hand in his complete recuperation. Thank you all, Gail Simone. I thought it was a really cool email. That's why I wanted to read it on the show. Comicsforesight.com. It's comics, C-O-M-I-X, the number 4, S-I-G-H-T. .com, and I'll have it in the show notes, like I said, and on the website for a direct link you can click on. We talk about the Hero Initiative all the time, supporting creators. This is something directly for John Ostrander, and Jim, I was going to take that out, but it's just too doggone funny. I am so tongue-tied at the beginning of this one.
You're butchering everything today.
But I figured, you know what, honestly, I'm leaving it because it'll make people remember this. Yeah. Remember the part where Sean was talking like Elmer Fudd? Definitely, or actually Porky Pig.
Man, you're just firing on all cylinders today. Outstanding. I'm just sitting back enjoying the show. I know. Serious note though, Battle Cry. This is going out to all the Bulleteers. Anybody even if you've never read the work, this is a really cool guy who is fighting for a battle. This is a comic book creator, and to lose his eyesight is just one of those death blows. It's a tough thing that anybody would have to deal with, but you're dealing with someone who's their livelihood, their life, the essence of this guy is with a visual medium. So let's give what you can. If it's only the price of a comic, cool. If you can give a little bit more, hey, that's wonderful. Anything that can be done will be appreciated and welcome.
His Spectre run with Tom Mandrake is legendary. His Martian Manhunter was wonderful. I mean, it's a great writer. Suicide Squad. This is a writer who's synonymous with the Suicide Squad. If you've never read John Ostrander, please do yourself a favor and seek this out, because he's a wonderful creator. I'm a firm believer in this. The second, you see that, first of all, Gail Simone sending out the email, but then John Ostrander, that's a name. If you haven't read his stuff, if you're a newer reader, do yourself a favor and seek this stuff out. A lot of it is traded. It's good stuff to get on the convention floors. He's a wonderful, wonderful writer. And, Star Wars. He's done a lot of Star Wars material, too. So if a lot of you are reading the Dark Horse Star Wars material, he's doing a lot of great writing for Dark Horse for the Star Wars material as well. So he's definitely a creator that if you haven't read him yourself, there's lots of places to find his work. And I thought it was very cool. And like I said, I left that in there just because hopefully the funny little bit makes people go, oh boy, Sean was stumbling all over that. But yeah, he's right. I probably should do something on this one. I'm hoping you do. So very cool. And Jim, without further ado,
Take two.
You and your talk about hot dogs. Issue number 10 of Secret Six. I wanted to talk about Secret Six for ages now, particularly. Actually, I wanted to talk about it since issue 9. We haven't had a chance to get back to Secret Six, so we're going to do like a little hefty discussion right now on Secret Six number 10 and 11. This is easily my favorite book each month. The cover of this issue with the whole team, wow, is that nice. To me, this lineup is absolutely perfect. One of the great things about this team, though, is that you know that it could change any time due to tentative relationships. These remain villains, and while there is like a bond between them, self-interest and survival can often drive changes of allegiances. Yet it's not so simple because each character has their own concept of honor, or even a lack of it, which is really cool to me. The opening with Emil, Smythe, and Gianna, although I have no idea how to really pronounce it, so I'm going to call her from now on Miss G.
Yeah.
And salute her because she's dangerous.
Yeah.
Because she can definitely handle herself. Dealing with Mina, one of the cattle, which is an interesting term for how they view these people. Mina is stopping mining because of the danger with the methane gas. And Smith wants to break her. He gets like this perverse pleasure out of it, I think. But rather than killing her to set an example, it's much more powerful for him to kill those around her to show the others that she will break.
Yeah, and you think about it, this is a classic usage of torture, and we've seen this reports of this in prison camps, and just you don't go after the person that's standing up strong to you. Like, look at me, I can take whatever you got. Give me your worst. No, I'm going to kill the people around you. I'm going to. You got a commanding officer that's that's all powerful and not going to let his men see him crack. Well, you start killing off his men, he will break. You start killing off complete and total strangers and say this person that you don't know is going to die because of you. That will break someone a lot easier than a physical beatdown of them.
Even when she is pleading for them to stop, or for him to stop in this case, and taking the blame, he keeps killing and focuses on the weakest or most vulnerable or most uncomfortable of situations. One of the two boys, the shorter. The two young lovers, their faces. He is cold, calculating, and brutal because he's got a purpose. This for him is all about a society that he's trying to create, an image that he's trying to create, and he needs to break her specifically as an example to them, to show that they'll break eventually too, and he will do everything he needs to make that happen.
Yeah, the best way to break the people around her would be to take this strong potential rebellion leader and break them in front of, to break her in front of them. Because they'll see she was strong, she was tough, and she broke. What the heck do I have a chance?
Even bringing her family history in mining, saying that my dad was in mining, I know this is methane gas, this will kill us all. Mina scratching at her own face, talking about herself in a third person. She objectified herself, made herself into cattle. Yeah. That was. It shows what mental cruelty truly is, and how that works. It was interesting too that she even said that there was no methane gas. She made it up, or it was basically denied the whole thing afterwards. This is how you craft villains that you want to see defeated. In 2 pages, Smith is someone that we all want to see in pain. Okay. We saw it with Junior. It's where Gail Simone and this crew is just masters. Develop original characters. Tell us immediately in great storytelling why we should hate these people. It's great. Willingly kissing his feet, even when she is pushed away by Emil, still talking about how handsome, good, and kind Smith is as he walks away. It just shows that her mind is shattered at this point.
That's it. He got her. Done.
cattle meal consistency. He does have a sense of what he thinks is proper. He's like some sort of nobility, some aristocracy here. And he sees himself, the reference to elite later on, that he is crafting a society hierarchy here. And he has firm beliefs on what that needs to look like. Consistency is important to him.
And I like the fact that he does see this as the right thing to do. This is your classic, villain, wonderful villain in that they're doing these horrific things and they're killing innocent lives, destroying humanity, but they only see the good that they're going to do. They're not going to see that he just killed how many people right there in a span of a heartbeat. Mm-hmm. He broke that woman, destroyed her mind pretty much for what's ever left of her life. It's destroyed, but everyone around there. He only sees the good. He doesn't see that nastiness. He's like, but look what I'm doing for society. We're going to have a better world. It's going to be utopia. And he's got the blinders on. It's focused only on his project, his agenda, the good that it will do, not at the what is the cost.
It is funny because you can't help but this book makes you feel dirty sometimes.
Yeah,
because you can't help but get interested in what the bad guys as well as the quote unquote good guys, even though they're bad. The
bad and the bad or the badder.
Yeah, exactly. I like that though because I never have any doubt we're dealing with people who deviate from the law and what's considered proper. There's a little bit of deviant behavior in all of them, and some of them, a lot of it. Ragdoll, stamp it on his forehead. But it keeps this book feeling unique, and I like that nobody feels like they're exactly the same as another character in this book. Bane and Scandal is a really important relationship to me that has really become something that I've found compelling. Just as much as before it was Catman and Deadshot. And I still like that relationship just as much, and Jeanette and Deadshot. But now this has become a relationship that's very different. We see he's having nightmares due to the venom. This drug gets under his skin and we see him trapped. And this barbed wire in his dream wrapped around his head, arms, and legs. Do you take that it's a trap that he's in due to the venom? Or the freedom he feels due to taking it? I took it as the need to be freed from the venom, and it's tormenting him almost. But how did you take this? What did you see it as?
You think about a junkie, because that's technically what Bane is. He's addicted to venom. He will never be free of it. So he's got this barbed wire that's wrapped on him, that's cutting into him, that's digging into him. Whether he's taking a hit of the venom or whether he's not taking a hit of venom, he still has that hunger. He still has that feeling. He still has that trapped and pain, and there is no true release for him. Part of his looking at, especially now since he's recently taken that hit, taken that taste of it, he's really jonesing for it. But he knows that if he goes down the path, it'll make it worse. But if he doesn't go down the path, it'll become worse. This guy is in a no-win situation, and he is a very intelligent villain. He's masterful psychological villain, so he knows what he's facing. He knows what he's dealing with. And for me, I kind of see the barbed wire as that ultimate pain that he will suffer. He has no choice. He has no way where he will be free of pain. He will always have pain. He has to choose which pain he goes with. Does he go with the pain of the further addiction, or does he go with the pain of not taking the drug?
I have to say this book brought back for me what is so interesting about this character once again. That dream could have been interpreted in a variety of different ways, but if you go back to the one-shots and minis, Vengeance of Bane 1 and 2, Bane of the Demon, Nightfall, A Legacy, this is a character who appeared quite often in the Batman books, and it was richly developed. And then, his appearances afterwards, there was some inconsistency to them. Some of them were great. Some of them, it just seemed like they lost sight of
who Bane truly was. And we're getting that.
His film appearance where he was this big tub of goo as well. That still makes me cringe.
I just avoid... I blocked that out of my mind. I have physically removed it from my head.
Because it could have been any thug.
Yeah, that was a thug. That was Veggie Man. That wasn't Bane.
No. Yeah. It was Slimer.
Yeah.
I do like that this book, though, got to the core roots. It shows that Gail Simone did her research into the core of who this character is, and is bringing that back and showing that addiction lasts forever. It doesn't go away. Even if you get cured and whatever, you're still going to want that and need that. It's any addiction. It's the nature. It's why it's an addiction.
Yeah, and that's one of the reasons why with alcoholics and the Addicts Anonymous and that you work the program and you got to go through it, and you're once an alcoholic, always an alcoholic. Once an addict, always an addict. You can't get beyond it. Now, you take the normal street drugs or alcohol that normal people are taking and magnify it 100-fold, and that's venom.
Yeah.
So I like the fact that it is even harder on
Did you
this
read
stuff.
Did you read Batman Venom?
Yes.
Story?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, where Batman actually took it first, and that was interesting to see him under the spell of it, and how he got addicted to it and got charged. It was really interesting. Scandal waiting in the bathroom with the drugs. She's there to give him support. She lets him choose whether or not she could have flushed him. She could have destroyed him and just in front of him said, "You're not going to have this. I'm making this decision for you." As an addict herself, though, who'd been through addiction, she knows that's not going to work. So, and that is that sympathetic relationship that they have, that unspoken bond between the two of them that they have is what's so compelling about them for me, because there's something that they both found that's kindred between the two of them. I don't know that either of them can really put a finger on it. He's very defensive of her, but it isn't a creepy sexual way or anything like that, which I think it looked like potentially could be at first to some of the members of the team. But I think as it's gone on, I think we were clear reading it in the beginning that it's an innocence to this that I really like about him. But I do like that you couldn't help but question it at first, and yet as you got to know it even more and more, there's something charming about it and compelling.
When we first saw him in doing this, I was thinking maybe in the back of my mind he was using it as an opening to take over, because he is a very intelligent, psychological villain. Use his to take over this force, but there's now no doubt whatsoever in my mind this is a fatherly type love that he has for her.
Mm-hmm.
This isn't a
or even a brother-sister relationship. I don't know, but I agree. I agree with you more the father role. I agree. I agree. I won't dispute that.
There's times when I love my sister, but there are times when it's tested. Whereas with that fatherly love, that's never ending. It's that open and just undying love that they have for the child, that protective nature, the enforcement, the strength, and just the whatnot, if you will.
I feel that from him to her.
Mm-hmm.
Do we know 100% what it looks like from her to him yet? Like, I agree with you, father figure for him, but I don't know that she can completely put a figure on what him to her, what her to him is yet. Do you know what I mean?
Oh, yeah,
it doesn't necessarily need to be the same relationship both ways. It could be, very well. But it doesn't necessarily have to be. So I don't know.
She doesn't know what it is for her to him, because you think about what her past has been with love. She's had only one real love of her life, who was knockout, who's dead now, and she's trying to rebuild. We saw her in that wonderful Blind Date, the date episode. The date issue where she's just now starting to explore the nature of love again. So I don't think she's ready to really put a label to what this is, or even, I want to say she probably doesn't even have the ability right now to comprehend it. It's something there. She knows this is something special. Mm-hmm. This isn't just a teammate. There's something more.
Because she talks about it. She chooses to spend the night with him. And she even does that bit where she says, "I don't sleep in bed with men. This isn't something that I do. This doesn't mean that. It can never mean that." And, there's a need for her to say to him, "This isn't that." And he immediately says, "I'm not asking for that," or anything like that. And she's like, "But yet tonight I'm going to. And it doesn't mean that, but it means something, doesn't it? It needs, and there's that, there's that need to justify that there is feeling there, but that it's something different. And I liked that distinction, the unspoken distinction, because you can't put a label on it right now. And she doesn't know what it is. I don't know if she can completely explain it, but there's a kindred feeling between the two of them. But I do like that, it might be perfectly the same both ways, but yet maybe it isn't. Who knows? And what happens when she can define it? Will it be different?
And you look at both their backgrounds. You look at both their lives. Her father, Vandal Savage, is not exactly father of the year. And
no.
He grew up in a prison, right? That was his background, where he was
right.
born and raised
right.
and grew up in a prison. So it's,
and this quest to find out who his father was. And I believe Mom was in prison, and that's what happened. I'm almost positive. I have to go back and reread. It's been
I'm thinking political prisoners or something like that.
He grew up in a prison. That's for sure what happened. And he grew up in a prison. I believe that I thought Mom died in the prison. And please, anybody you want to call in, I'm doing this off the top of my head right now. It's been years since I've read those. I've got them in the basement. I'll have to pull them out and read them again because I love Bane.
Yeah.
But I believe that was the history with him. I know he grew up in the prison because I thought Mom died there. And there was some twist with Dad that Dad was real slimy, and I thought Dad was a leader of some sort.
Yeah. I want to say he was like I want to say he was like one of those political type leaders, but he wasn't like the good Nelson Mandela who was wrongly convicted. Yeah. He was a scum, I think.
Yes, I thought correctly too. It's been so long, like I said, but certainly not. He has no really strong parental role models to follow along with, and it is interesting to see this character and Scandal. They have a lot in common.
Yeah, I just think Bane just needs a hug. He just needs a little TLC, from the whatnot.
It's not from Ragdoll.
Oh, no.
I got a comment on the beauty of the artwork when we're overlooking the cliffs in Clare County, Ireland.
Yeah.
Nicholas Scott, I was thinking back to Swan Song, the last issue that Gale did of Birds of Prey, where Nicola did that wonderful scene over the water, and just how beautiful that was. She really does some beautiful, and the whole art team. Yeah, because Jason Wright on colors and Doug Hazelwood. I forget which, because there's two inkers on this one. I'm not sure which one did the inks on that particular sequence, but is it really sharp?
Yeah, that is a nice, there's that whole scenery, the backdrop, the whole you could kind of like hear the soft music going on in the back of your mind. Yeah.
I didn't hear that at all.
I did. I hear things.
You hear that? If I heard anything, it was like from Highlander.
The Highlander
Queen music.
Yeah.
Was that supposed to be Queen?
No, not Queen. Okay. Think about Highlander when he's when he's still Connor McLeod and with his with Rachel, who's in their little shack.
Yes.
And they keep showing those things, and it's not Queen playing. It's that that kind of like Scottish, Irish folk songs. And
Who Wants to Live Forever?
Well, not that song, but they've had like, it's not an instrumental. It's an instrumental. It's the classic, traditional type,
Dude, it wasn't that either.
Okay, maybe it was. I'm thinking of like Far and Away, to be honest with you. Sorry.
Are you really?
Yeah. I was Far and Away.
Tom Cruise and Nicole Kidman? Well, yeah, actually, that would be very fitting with the setting as well. Dude, I saw Far and Away. That wasn't in that either. You gotta find a movie I didn't see. I'll just say, all right, dude, I didn't see it. I'll take your word for it. Jeanette's long history comes into play here. She's taken Deadshot here because this spot has sentimental value. Twisted sentimental value, but sentimental value at that. She threw her husband to his death here, but yet I never feel we lose sight that she still has a fondness and a love for him. Going back to that nothing is surface level or simple with these characters, and I liked that. Now, her neck, when she pulled over that widow's, did you get the impression that her husband did that?
Yeah, and I think it's probably part of the reason he got thrown off the cliff. Yeah.
I think also maybe why she wound up in prison in Dublin later. I don't know if that was before or after that. I'm assuming because she when later on in the book when they the next issue when they talk about prisons. And she talks with, gulags and just disgust over, you have, it was Belle Reeve, I think, was brought up with Deadshot being in there, and she basically implies like that was a country club compared to what I've dealt with. And the prisons she was rattling off, and when we get to that point, I'll mention the name of the prison again. I looked up on the net. And what they did to women there, women like slept on straw beds and in their own filth, and it was just disgusting. So the stuff the picture she was painting was historical right from there. And I like that it shows that this woman's lived a long, long time.
Yeah,
I like that we learned a little bits and pieces about her.
Yeah, we're learning bits and pieces about her, and I'm absolutely just head over heels in love with her.
Yeah, great character.
It's just, absolutely wonderful, and, she's got that nice blend of psychoticness, and there's a good, strong sex appeal there. There's just this powerful, strong woman that is just absolutely wonderful. This is right there. That's the future, my future ex.
Just because she's so twisted.
Well, no, I'm thinking,
Yeah. Do what? And on the forum, and Chad, I love talking with him because, he's got this love for new characters and new stories and it is interesting because I have a balance of both. I love the classic characters, but then a character like Jeanette is a great example of a character who I'm very into right now, and I could read her for years to come. I'm a fan of both in a universe because I think both explorations are compelling. I love characters like your Bruce Wayne, but then I like Dick Grayson as Batman a great deal right now. I like classic characters like a Catman in this book, but then you've got Deadshot, and I'm sorry, not Deadshot. You've got Catman and Deadshot, more classic, and you've got this girl, this Jeanette, completely new. Yeah. Like Misfit. Misfit was another great character that I love that was an original creation. They add something new. There's a new dynamic to play off of. And I think when you have a balance of them, it makes storytelling interesting. And I'm glad to see this character being so richly developed. I love the story about retrieving the eggs. But even before that, Deadshot keeps talking about her lack of underwear.
Yeah.
And yet, here's the part that I like about Floyd. If you quizzed him on what she was talking about, he knows everything about her husband.
Oh, yeah.
The guy that was thrown off the cliff. It makes it seem like he wasn't paying attention. And in some ways, don't you get that that's like his own way of like control or, being macho or... Yeah,
kind of like showing it doesn't bother him that she's talking about and that she killed her ex-husband. And, hey, you look a lot like him.
Right, right. Yeah, exactly.
That doesn't bother him. No. That's just, water off the duck's back, so...
Or if it did, he'd never let her know.
Right, because you don't want to show
that's
weakness.
An important distinction there too.
Yeah, part of being a good killer is you never show weakness.
Right. Never show your true feelings either.
Yeah.
Because they can be exploited. Now, the story about retrieving the eggs. I was reading on the net about this, that one type of bird that does this is the guillemot. It's Guillemot. And I'm butchering the pronunciation, I'm sure. But they lay this pear-shaped egg. Now, imagine being birthed into that scenario. We plop out and get to go into a nice crib, but this bird gets out on a dangerous limb. If they are plucked from the cliff and made into an omelet, that is. Now,
hey, survival of the fittest, baby. You want to live, you got to be tough.
But then the story about the 12 guys that go over the cliff. Now, how do you think they choose the guy that goes down the rope? Do you think they draw straws, or do they choose that one guy? The one that every group has. The one I'm talking about. You have a large group of friends, and at some point in time, there's that one guy that you all wonder who brought him around. There's nothing wrong with him or anything, but yet he isn't really connected to anyone in the group, and you all feel bad for thinking it. I mean, I feel terrible saying this because obviously it means that I know somebody historically was like that.
Yeah, I think you probably do. I think you do a podcast with somebody like that.
No, I'm not referring to you. But you know what I mean? It's the one where like you go, well, I thought he was your friend. No, he's your friend.
He's your friend. No, you brought him. You brought
him around, that type of thing. But that's the guy you let down on the rope. Of course you tell him it's because he's the most trustworthy. And, that because we know that he won't break the egg, right? But in reality, it's because you don't trust the other 11 guys to let you down safely. Did I mention I love this book?
This is just so absolutely twisted and sick and wonderfly beautiful.
I know.
We shouldn't love this book. We shouldn't love this book this much. Right. It's just, but, Mm-hmm. It's amazing. It's wonderful, and it's it's wonderful in the sick and twistedness of the book. Mm-hmm. Just the little stuff like we're talking about this little egg gets you going and gets you going. But even then, as we delve deeper into like the psychological, the psychological nature of these villains and these more villainous villains, that you're
these villains and more villainous
villains. Yeah, you got evil and really evil.
That's right. When Emil and Smythe and Miss G, in an effort to deal with the lack of being able to pronounce her name, show up on the scene, there is a great character assessment bit that brings us back to what we saw earlier. Consistency, big important key for this group. They test their mettle by seeing how Jeanette and Floyd deal with him being hung over the cliff by his neck. Is it bad that I'm wondering if they'd have him try to get an egg? Jeanette's eyes. There's an interesting little twist, and something I noticed in the artwork, and I really appreciated it. When they zoom in her eyes when she's talking to Deadshot, there's a warmth and a compassion to them, but then when you see her here, there's a rage in the eyes. The eyes are very different. The pupils are different. The eye color's slightly different.
Yeah. She was ready to go, man.
Kudos to the art because it's clearly in the pencil art as well as in the colors from Jason Wright. And the distinctions in both cases paid off on both levels. So kudos to both levels of the art team and how they presented that, because there's something about her that's very captivating to see how her eyes change like that. Because she's ready to attack.
Oh, yeah. And I tell you.
And there's a rage there. Like, if this woman has a chance, she's going to make you pay. Like Tim Misny. He's local for us. He's one of those guys. I'm Tim Misny, and I'll make them pay.
Oh, my God.
Jeanette's our Tim Misny.
Oh, my God. I tell you.
Sorry.
No, that was good. I think we're going to appreciate that joke more than anybody else.
What was so funny about the guy, because he's one of those. It's a legal commercial that comes on, and you know, every town has one. When I visit my buddy in L.A., there's always a commercial that'll pop up, with quick numbers, and we'll get them, we'll make them pay, we'll work for you, and all that. It's one of those guys that does that. Yeah. But he seems to. I tell you, they must invest a lot of money into those commercials. I can't imagine what kind of. They've got to get something from it.
Yeah.
Because I see more and more commercials from him. He's on every channel.
He makes them pay.
Yeah. For his commercials.
But
now, here's a twist there, because she's in a tough position. If she attacks, they drop Deadshot. If she doesn't, they have the power, which for her is something that is a violation that is making her even angrier, I think. As much or as angry. So I think both. And it is interesting. What do you think she would have done if Deadshot hadn't joked his way out of the situation? Because there was something there about the way Floyd handled it that I think saved the day.
It's funny because I was thinking, one, if this had gone on, she would have attacked. She definitely would have attacked. One, she would trust that Floyd's a professional and he would have been able to survive it. He would have pulled something off. Two, she would have gotten vengeance for his death. And it would have been nasty, it would have been violent, and it would have been wonderfully, beautifully bloody and gory. And it would have been, probably a really cool fight sequence to see. But the other thing I started thinking of is, Floyd not only did that to save his life, but he also did that for her. Because he probably knew what she was going through her head. He knew she was ready to go and throw down, and he knew she probably had some conflict between going on the offensive with him. So he's like, hey, I got to take care of this situation. I got to do it my way, but I can't, we can't turn this into a bloodbath. We got to keep this cool. We got to keep this good. And he used his strength. And one of his strengths, we talked about it when he kept cracking jokes with her before, as she's talking about, throwing her husband off the cliffs and all that, was just that sense of humor he has. He's able to defuse the intense situation, just keep his cool under pressure. And the entire time he was doing that, he was eyeballing the situation, trying to figure out, okay, if they drop me, I do this, 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 and this. Jeanette will do this, this, and this. And it was he was playing it out in the scenario in his head, trying to either buy some time so she can get in position, he can get in position, or even just buy his time so he can lay out the plan definitely in his head.
I love when he tells them to keep running their mouths if it makes them happy, but he's thinking about some happy time with both ladies. It's just typical Floyd, and I love that moment because there is a cool again, he is not going to show – if he was scared, he's not going to show it, by any stretch, and that's what's important about him there.
Yeah.
We don't see – I'm convinced we don't see what his true feelings are either way.
I don't think we ever do.
Right.
I don't think we ever have really seen the true feelings he had. Yeah.
Mockingbird, is it Luther? What do you think?
No.
New player?
I think
or different player?
I think it's a different player.
It doesn't have to be.
I don't think it's Luther,
though. Wasn't Hatter involved with them at some point?
Well, but Hatter got done when they got rid of, when they had the card.
Right.
That was his end play, I think.
Right.
I don't think it's Hatter. I think it's... I don't know who it is.
He's still trying to get revenge on this team?
No, I think he's either learned...
Although this doesn't seem like a revenge bit anyway.
Yeah. I'm still trying to... I don't know who it is. I'm pretty convinced that it's not Luther, but it is somebody else. I was thinking maybe possible Vandal Savage.
Oh.
Was one of the things one of the people I was thinking. Possibly, I don't know. It could be a connection with Gotham, maybe, because we do have a couple Gotham guys on the team now.
Yeah, who knows?
So I don't know. It's a toughie.
I don't know. Now, the box on the plate. It's interesting to see, because you and I actually called you up on the phone when I was doing notes for this, because I'm like, did we see the box revealed yet? And we both at first thought that it was Artemis. Now I'm not so sure because of things we see later. And I'll talk about it in a couple seconds when we get there, but we see this important box that they're protecting. And they say, you have to protect this with your lives. Yeah. This is so important for everything.
What's in the box?
What's in the box? But they keep talking about the dank smell off of it, which, to me, would that be Artemis, the smell? I don't know. So I don't know. I'm curious on that. The six have been together a while, and as the plane's being attacked, Scandal, Catman, and Deadshot, especially out of the crew, are looking for a more defensible position. And I like that. I'm a fan of shows like 24, of games like Metal Gear Solid, stealth action games, and stealth TV shows, where you're even more rewarded for making solid path choices versus straight run and gun. It makes you think about the best position. Now, talk about run and gun. While the six team's trying to come up with good strategy, Miss G comes running out. Now, if she comes running at me, I'm leaving a nicely wrapped Vermont teddy bear of her choice. Maybe a Love Me Tender bear or something like that. I don't know. I know because my wife's got one. But, I might wrap that up for her and just, leave that for her and run for the hills because I don't want my last visual to be my feet as my head bounces off the ground because that's just what she did.
Feet don't fail me now.
No, because if I'm looking at them, you did.
Yeah, she's absolutely she's a Hawkman. She's that wonderful tank who doesn't do a reckless run.
No, she knows.
She's skilled. She knows what she's doing.
And there's an important distinction there because somebody will run in, as a I could see Deadshot. The odds are against him. He knows there's no defensible position. He's going to run and gun because
it's the Butch and Cassidy, Butch Cassidy, Sundance Kid.
This isn't that situation.
This is the end of the road. We're going out in a blaze of glory. That's not her.
Hawkman's a great comparison here because Hawkman goes in knowing he can back it up. She's going in knowing she can back it up there. And there is an important distinction there. City of Heroes, great example. There's different characters. I play as a scrapper in the game. One of my main character that I've had since the beginning is a scrapper. And there is a definite difference. I've got a tank I made a Hawkman style tank in there, and you do have to play the tank differently than you do the scrapper. When you're in a group mission with the tank really is the damage taker. You're the one that needs to go in there, and you need to take the damage so other people who aren't as strong in defense have that option. Whereas a scrapper, your focus is kind of you're kind of a weird balance.
You're stick and move.
Stick and move, right.
It's the fire maneuver, in which we talked.
But you do some heavy damage.
Yeah,
so.
And that's Deadshot.
But Deadshot, exactly.
And one of the things I really loved about him, we're seeing the fire maneuver. This is classic military tactics. Police, SWAT, special operations tactic. It's not just move because a moving target's harder to hit. It's move, but be effective while you move. It's not just the random running. What am I going to do? No, it's in position, fire maneuver, stick and jab. But
I like when he rolls on the ground. You see him get stable with his back on the ground.
Yeah.
So he's stable, stationary, can fire accurately, yet can move quickly, stays low, so he's not an easy target to hit, yet still has... So it is an interesting balance. It has to be a balance of, as a professional, you don't want to... You dying, you don't get paid.
Right.
So I love that aspect of him. Now, it is funny. Scandal Savage. She's a hottie in the book, okay? But when Mr. Bane starts ripping her arms off and beating people, not ripping her arms off, I'm sorry. Yes, this is it's their brother, sister, father, daughter relationship where they had a bad day and he rips her arms off. No, when Mr. Bane starts ripping other people's arms off because they shoot at Scandal Savage, it makes me think of imagine you're in high school. You're going to prom. with Scandal Savage. Now, whether you're a boy or a girl, because let's talk about her preferences, which is fine.
Hey, it's wonderful.
Mr. Bane opens the door. Now, tell me, you don't rehearse for hours to say the right thing to Mr. Bane, guy or girl, and still wet yourself after the sequence of events. Seeing that man standing there, he ripped a guy's arm off and beat him with it, to the point where Deadshot's laughing about it, saying,
I think he's dead already.
I mean, feel free to keep carrying on, but that's necessary at this point. I love Deadshot's reaction. That is one of the great things about this book. Deadshot, Ragdoll. Deadshot's really good at those quick one-liners. Ragdoll rattles off the most bizarre nonsense and stuff at, like, the most serious of moments. Yeah. And I love that about him. Wait. Artemis can't be in the box, at least in my eyes, because how can Emil be defending it while Smith is in the Jeep with her? Unless Emil's the one friend in the group, and they just told him that that's what's in the box, because they knew he wouldn't fall for the egg thing. It's finally our chance to get rid of the little runt that chats too much. He's that one guy.
Defend the box. It's very important.
I'm curious to see what the contents of the box were. Now, what are you thinking? Are you thinking it was Artemis, or are you thinking there was something else?
No, I'm thinking it was something else.
Okay.
And a thought just popped in my head. If you think about another title,
it was Artemis.
You think of another title that Gail's writing, where we recently had a very large, very powerful creature that just kind of met a very painful fate.
You think genocide's in the box?
What if it's genocide?
Wow.
A thought just popped in my head. Would that be awesome or what?
Wow. That would explain the intense stink.
Yeah.
I don't know. I do like that when this team has to face moral issues, we see that they all are slightly different on what is acceptable to them in their world. Deadshot kills the escaping prisoner without hesitation. And I did like the distinction he made to kill her quick so she wouldn't suffer. As an assassin, his job is to complete the job for a profit and for reputation. Reputation's important here. But suffering is not necessarily a part of that, and also would delay the quickness and delay, for him, it's all about speed, efficiency. For him to kill her messy and all that, it totally goes against the purpose of an assassin.
Yeah, nothing personal, just business. Bam.
Right.
Drop the target, done.
Mm-hmm.
It's not a person, it's a target.
Right.
It's a mission. It's an objective.
Or even if he sees it as a person, it's like, there's no sense in making this person suffer. Yeah. This is my job, and I'm going to get it done. It's efficient, quick, no need for pain, done.
Yeah.
It is interesting. Bane and Scandal clearly have major issues with this when they find out that, and I love that Scandal looks at the hands and sees that there's marks that clear that, these are slavers and that she's a slave. And, they were told to kill an escaping prisoner, but that's not the story here. This is an escaping slave. Huge distinction to her, which makes... this is where there comes a discussion point on the whole thing.
And you got to think about it. This is your employer now.
Mm-hmm.
It's not. It's a question of can you have this contract with them, but will they honor the contract back? You're dealing with slavers. Are they going to look at you eventually and stop seeing you as a valued employee and start saying, "Hey, you know what? We could probably use them as some extra slaves here. Why do we need to pay them when we can just force them to go to work?" So. When you're taking jobs like this, you got to be careful what you're doing.
Scandal does skirt that line for me, where she, I could have seen maybe in a different life she could have been a hero. I don't know. She's one of those characters that she's very smart, she's very compelling. It's clear that her life path, things that happened to her in her life, put her down in this direction. But she's one of those. She's very smart, she's very intelligent. She has a moral code where there's certain lines she won't cross. I like her in a leadership position where it's clear that people do defer to her. That is interesting to me. Catman and her often seem to be
it's the alpha male. They're both the alpha males, or alpha male, alpha
or even
female.
Deadshot's willing to defer to them, which he doesn't do that easily for people. So it is interesting to see that happening in this particular group. And Jeanette has this intense respect for her as well.
Respect and loyalty, friendship.
Considering her long history for her to do that. And that is interesting, is Scandal, what is her power set? Is she immortal? Is she not? It's clear she can take a whole lot of damage, but the question seems to repeatedly come up, is she going to die from something? Is it because Vandal Savage and, a normal human mother gave birth to her? that perhaps she has a watered-down version of his immortality?
I don't know.
Or is there more to it than that? Is it not quite so simple? I don't know. It's interesting that there's a bit of a mystery to her. I like that. I like the mysteries of these characters. I like that we learn along the way. She takes more than we can expect, and the same thing with Jeanette. And
here's the question.
Of course, we don't know what Jeanette.
The big question, Sean, is who wants to live forever? Aren't you glad I didn't sing the Queen song?
I did. It's more powerful when you do that. It's very William Shatner.
Who wants to live forever?
I liked it better when you were doing your William Shatner. Who wants to live forever?
Who wants to live forever?
That actually is a really good William Shatner on your part.
Well, thank you.
I like that much better. Because mine was terrible. I'll admit that. I never said I did a good William Shatner. I love that I call this Speeding Bullets and really doing a cover-to-cover of issue 11 right now.
We're doing a cover-to-cover of 2 issues.
But I love this book, and I really wanted to talk about it in depth. I did this with a couple of the Batman books recently as well. And I think there's certain books where there's naturally things going on that you really want to delve into for character studies. And I think it's fun to kind of mix up what we do and sometimes talk really in depth about a couple issues of a book. And sometimes they motivate you. I've got some stuff that we want to talk about with Final Crisis Aftermath Run that I don't know if we're going to get to on this episode. If not, we're going to do it next week for sure. We did an interview with Freddie Williams II, and it's one of the few times this has ever happened on the show. It got lost. It just didn't. My hard drive crashed, and we completely lost the interview.
Yeah, that was not a good night.
No. We realized it right when we were done. We could hear him clearly, but the hard drive was saving to. And I always back everything up right after we record. And I was I was up all night that night after you left, trying to find ways to recover it. I was looking on the net. I'm like, what can we do?
It was a good interview too. It was a
I did
discussion.
take a whole bunch of notes though, with discussion points that we got from him and comments that we got from him that I remembered from that discussion. So we're going to recreate some of that. Hopefully, this episode, if we don't get to it, it'll be next week for sure. But we continue on to Devil's Island in issue number 11. We get the name here that it is Devil's Island. And I want another great-looking cover by Daniel. It's Luisi. It's Luisi. I'm sorry if I'm butchering the last name. I am a huge Artemis fan since the classic Wonder Woman contest storyline. And there's something about seeing that character, another powerful female character. Yeah. Great to see Gale using this character in a Secret Six arc. It fits this storyline and the reason why we're going to have the guest in the end of the issue, but we'll talk about that when we get to it. Mina's death and the way that Smith and his crew are referring to her, I truly believe the only reason they wish to do anything with the body is because of the potential for vermin. It's like leaving steak out on the lawn to them.
Yeah.
And the fact that Emil is willing to stare down Deadshot with Miss G and their guards, it does say a lot about the way that they talk and feel about themselves, their philosophy. That's what they're trying to reinforce. I think that creeps me out that they're trying to revolve a society around these particular changes. It's funny how this does match the state of the world nowadays. When do you remember people trying to change the world with peace and love? Usually it's driven by prejudice, difference of philosophy, some sort of violence, some sort of exclusion for someone or some group. The scary part is that this doesn't feel as exaggerated from the state of the world as it should. I could see this popping up on the news.
Oh, God, yeah.
A group of people got together to start slave, and they believe the whole world should adopt this slave. This is crazy. It's sad that people would really do this.
I tell you, I've talked before on different shows about just my fascination with mankind's capacity to hate.
Yes.
And there is a second Revolutionary War, second Civil War, whatever you want to call it, brewing out there. And to be honest, I don't know who's going to fire the first shot. I don't know what's going to be the catalyst to send it over the edge. But I tell you, I just, the pessimist in me just sees, society trying to destroy itself within our lifetime. Mm-hmm. And, when I read stories like this, I'm like, okay, I can see this happening, and I could see this happening in parts of America, and not probably New York City or like downtown Cleveland or something like that, but often the more rural areas, the areas that are away from that you can get away with kind of skating the line and just shifting things around. But I could see this happening out west in like the desert areas, maybe down south, the deep south, where it's insiders only, locals only, something like that. I could very easily see this happening.
It's creepy.
Yeah.
The idea that the society Emil, Smith, and Mrs. G have there of having a hierarchy where there is the elite, also known as the noble, aristocratic class, whatever you want to call it. Then there's the guards. And I guess you would label the guards the working class. And the slaves, which are mere vermin to them, it's interesting because I was considering the slaves initially the working class, but considering the elite class doesn't label them as more than animals versus people, I don't know if that's right. I think the working class is the guards.
Yeah,
how do you view that?
Oh, definitely. The slaves are animals; they're livestock.
Okay.
You look at back
definitely three levels, but I don't know.
Yeah, and
they're not even on the food chain.
To be honest, there could even be maybe a fourth level in that we have the elite, we have the working class. Maybe there's like a citizen type class in there, or a labor class where like it's your people.
Citizen class is interesting.
Something like it's the people who are
still running their businesses.
Yeah, they're still running their businesses. They
do allude to the fact that they did this legally and all that, so that's interesting.
Yeah.
Deadshot wants to take responsibility for his kill. He completes his job for the sake of profit and reputation. But how many has he killed that he respects? He does view her as a person and is willing to carry her. He is not willing to give up his position, and this is as much about staying true to who he is and his position of power, versus he's not going to simply take orders. Yes, I'm going to complete my contract. Yes, I'm going to do my job, but you're not going to tell me how to do it or who I am. And he is not going to allow himself to become one of the working class, one of the vermin even. Or let's say the working class, the guards. Yeah. He doesn't consider himself he will not let himself be on the same level as the guards.
As much as that Hank dangling him over the edge of the cliff was a test for them, this was a test for his employer. Mm-hmm. This was a test to see, okay, how much of this is a contract? How much do they see me as a professional? Do they respect me as a professional? Do they respect my skills to honor my code? Had they not allowed him to do that, had they kept insisting on this, we definitely would have a very different ending of this issue than we do now. They let him honor his contract. They let him honor, his code. So he's going to honor his contract he has with them.
It is interesting how this moment makes me wonder how true what we see at the end is.
Yeah.
We'll have to talk about that when we get there, because it's interesting. I see a couple different possibilities at the end. I'm not saying I'm sold on anything, but it is interesting. That shot of the six standing ready for action was really awesome, on the title page there.
Yeah.
Another shot I would love as a poster. I've said it many times on the show, but Nicola Scott is my favorite artist right now. She has been for a few years. This is no insult to the many other great artists out there. It's because I know how truly I am blown away by comics at the moment. But there's something about her work with Doug Hazelwood, and a shout-out to McKenna on this issue, that it's just really grabbing me. Art is a very personal thing, and sometimes you hit an artist who just makes you go, wow, I'm really just on a very personal, emotional level relating to what she presents and how she tells stories. And there's something about it that just for me I'm finding very pleasing at the moment. And
this is
my favorite artist.
This is a solid creative team. Mm-hmm. You have the wonderful writing, you have the beautiful artwork meshing together just to further. You have the words telling the tale, but you also, as we talked about last issue, with the eyes of Jeanette just telling the tale. The team standing there ready to rock and roll is definitely telling part of the tale.
And I have, it's interesting. I could put together, I not on a whim, but I'd have to sit there and I could put together a top 10 list of artists. Maybe at some point in time we'll do that. People who I'm really enjoying right now, because there's a lot of great artists out there. She's clearly at my number one at the moment. It's a personal thing for me. I really like that. To Deadshot, telling Emil to move a couple of inches because he would be a great human shield just had me laughing like crazy. And the bit with Scandal and Jeanette, Scandal saying, "I'm going to take the big woman. Fits your history, darling." That little whole, it's great. Smythe steps in and Smith steps in and reminds us that he is ultimately a leader at this stage by allowing Deadshot to carry the baggage. I thought it was interesting that he stumbled there with trying to figure the label there. Remember, he talks about consistency. It's not the vermin, it's the baggage.
Yeah,
he dropped the consistency there. I thought it was an interesting little twist there at the moment that he was thrown off by this moment.
Yeah, because he didn't want to...
Did you take that was what's happening there?
Definitely threw him off. He was looking for the proper thing because he did not want to further elevate this battle. He knew that if he called her vermin, that would have been it. It would have been on. Right. And he probably would have taken the first bullet to the head.
Right. I think more so worried that it would set off Scandal or the other ones. Who knows?
Yeah.
There is an attachment to Mina versus the others that they attacked. Because the others attacked the plane, and there was a lot of death there. But it is interesting that they can kill, but because Mina has a different status, that issue's a problem. Yeah. And that was interesting to see that. It isn't the first time we've seen the Six make choices on how to react based on the situation. And like I said, their mini explored this as well, and I liked it. They recognized on some level Artemis, and we learn here a fact about Jeanette. For some reason, she hates Amazons. And obviously that means there is a past history with them on some level. And I like that that's something that we're going to get to explore.
A little bit, yeah.
Once again, to what kind of depth we're going to go to, I don't know. It's interesting, though, that we learn little tidbits and bits and pieces with her.
A little bit more story of her, a little bit more of her background. And every time we learn something new.
Tease us with it.
Yeah, yeah.
Mm-hmm. I used the ragdoll bit in the beginning because it is so funny how he would truly alter himself on a whim. I think he gets a true pleasure out of being more and more perverse and repulsive, and I like that about him. His humor is a very necessary component of this book. Even in the most serious issues, he keeps that balance that drives this title. Bane's being offended at the implications of Scandal being for sexual purposes, to the point where he genuinely would break Smith's back, was great. I think we've never had Bane explain his feelings for her. And I liked that. And I liked that, he's never come out and laid it out and said, I see her as a daughter, or I see her as this. It's something that Gale's taught us through his dialogue and actions.
Yeah.
Versus it being spelled out. The character development in the series is great. We don't need to be told who these characters are. We learn about them at their core as they speak, act, and react. It keeps us feeling like we're really journeying with them and getting to know them the way you would friends, which is very creepy. But but that's what I like about it, because you feel like you shouldn't feel that way, but yet you kind of do, and it's like, what?
I was laughing just how Smith...
And we would be that guy in this group.
Yeah, we would.
They'd be dangling us over for the egg. It'd be like the Secret Inc. Hey, Sean and Jim, get eggs for us.
Yeah.
We'll hold the rope. Believe me, you can trust us.
All right, guys. The whole time we'd be down there going, man, this is cool. We're hanging with them. Yeah.
Yo, you're hanging all right, guys. We're that guy. When they were at the table, this was an interesting art piece. I don't know if you noticed this. This is something that Scandal didn't eat. Her plate was completely cleared. Everyone else had something on their plate. Her plate is completely clean, the silverware untouched. This is just like Catman's silverware, but he doesn't need to use them. Hers was the only one that didn't have food on it, out of the whole batch in the artwork, which was interesting. Now, I do like that Bane seemed to notice this too. He was looking over in her direction. It was really interesting. The art piece, it was something I noticed in my third read-through. I'm like, oh my gosh. And I'm wondering if it was because she was like so focused on the situation, or if it's something to do with who she, who she is. It was an interesting clue. I don't know what the distinction was there, if it's something deeper rooted than this story, or if it was her being so
disgusted by what is
or
going
maybe
on.
Not trusting the situation. Yeah. I don't know. It was something
she doesn't know yet that she can trust the food.
Yeah. I don't know if that's what it was or what, but I mean, it was something that I perked up and caught that. I'm like, oh, that is really cool, the distinction there. If you look around the whole table, hers is the only plate that's untouched. And it wasn't that she ate everything, because everyone else is clearly eating at this point in time. Catman has this big plate full of food, and he's eating with his hands and everything like that. He's got the silverware that's at attention. His is the only one that's sitting there, and Bane is watching her. So that was an interesting thing there, because remember he talked before about how it was time for them to eat. So I think he was wondering, why isn't she, and trying to get a handle on it. I liked it. I liked this. It was a great art piece, subtle. And I like subtle things that you go back and notice through. It was an interesting clue. Now, it was also made me think, I'm like, well, is she a vegetarian and she didn't want to eat the meat or something like that? I was taking it to all kinds of different directions, but I really do think it was discomfort over the situation.
It was the situation.
Not trusting the situation. Yeah. Smith uses history's greatest wonders that were built by slaves who died for the benefit of everyone versus dying, contributing nothing, as justification for reinstating slavery around the world in every nation. He even comes up with a fair way. Slaves are chosen by lottery. Any walk of life is up for grabs. Any family. It could be a housewife. It could be an important businessman. It could be, anybody. It could be a retail worker. It could be a president of it could be a podcaster. It could be. Because you're that guy. But it was one of those things that I found it was so funny. Well, you know what? Here's the thing, though. In this scenario, Jim, even that guy has a fair chance of not being picked.
It's funny because you think about it, who do you want? If you're going to rebuild society, who do you want? You want the best and the brightest, but not with this. It's not about who's the best and the brightest. It's about, just a dumb chance, a dumb luck, just to see, and that way there is no one above the others.
But I love how he's saying that there is, in his own way, there is an elite class here, but he's looking for a way to say, we are better than the people that came before us because we will not choose our slaves.
Yeah, based on skin
race
color,
or creed,
race, or person, any different thing like that.
Somehow, like he's evolved because of that they're even more elite, that they're taking it to a new level. Devil's Island is a prison in Bane's eyes. Remembering his own life being raised in such a prison, it was pretty deep. That whole sequence of events, and Catman even saying that'll never happen. And it was interesting to see the different reactions around the table to the whole thing. The scary part of the Artemis being chained up and the guys talking about searching her was that it feels too real. There's a lot of creepy scum out there, and that they think that they're entitled, which is what they thought. I will wear on my belt any hand that touches me, and thus deny you of the only living thing likely to give you satisfaction voluntarily. I wanted to see that.
Oh, my God, yeah.
I wanted to see a hand necklace. Just going.
Well, it would have been necklace. It's on the belt, not around the neck.
Oh, that's true.
So it'll be, instead of like the bat pouches, it'll be the little hands.
Yeah.
Now, would she hollow them out so she could put stuff in it, or would she just leave the?
Oh, I see what you're saying, like making a different kind of utility belt.
Yeah.
Make it functional.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, just instead of just decorative.
Yeah.
I prefer a functional belt. You didn't think I was going to take it that far, did you?
No, I didn't.
You were like, I'm just going to make this silly,
I'm trying to
make this silly comment, and we're just going to go on. And no, I'm going to keep it going. You're looking at me like, when are we going to stop this? The captain comes in and tries to act all decent, but she's right, and I love this, because you never see this. A slaver is a slaver. He is violating her under the pretense that he has some morals. Yet he is still taking away her freedom. They are grooming her to be a slave, and it was an interesting distinction. She is a really cool character. She points out to the captain that the grand plan to change the world is a major flaw. There are those that are going to rebel, no matter what, like her, that are just going to rebel. They will be killed, close to torture or rape, going along that fine line, buried in hidden graveyards, proving the system is flawed. And that is the truth. There's always going to be that someone who is going to take it farther than Mina did. It was an interesting insult here, because the captain, who believed he was doing something more moral, is now being told that she'd rather be with the creepy dudes because they're at least true to themselves. And she thinks they're total scum.
Yeah.
So it shows that she thinks he is a lesser form of life because of his hypocrisy. And that was interesting, a distinction for her that she would prefer the company of these people that she thinks are total scum. Sleep well, Captain, but remember this. History has proven that those who chain an Amazon tend not to die lovely. Now get out of my sight, you worthless child. She says this as a prisoner.
This is right there. That line right there is one of the reasons why I absolutely love Gail Simone. It just you have these wonderful, wonderful just dialogues. It's a lot of times when you got a prisoner who's puffing up their chest and making them sound like, oh yeah, I can kick your butt anytime I want, and you're just like, yeah, sure, you're in shackles. This one, you believe this 100% that she will not only get out, but she will kill him. He will die by her hands, and she will make it very violent, bloody, and painful.
We learned that the Six are there to keep any interested metahumans away. Obviously, the hero community would not stand for this place. We also learned that Smith plans to keep experimenting with Artemis until he learns what will break her behavior. Like it will make some mark on history for him. The sad part is tragedies and violence do tend to be more remembered historically over great good. I'm not saying that great good isn't remembered, but war and violence tend to take preference to avoid repeating our past.
Yeah.
I have to wonder, though, shouldn't we look equally to great good to inspire us? He looks at this like this is somehow like we're going to now open up another great mystery of the world with this, but it really is a great evil here that he's... Yes, we honor great historical heroes, but I don't always feel we do it to the same level, and this was interesting to me. That it made me realize...
You think about it, people probably don't know who invented the smallpox vaccine, but everybody know who Adolf Hitler is. It's... you remember, the negative. You remember the nasty. They're the stuff that stories are told of. They're the stuff that movies are made of. It's, one person saving millions of people is nothing compared to the person who kills thousands of people. It's, you look at the nasty, as good television or as a good movie.
Who created the smallpox vaccine?
I don't know.
I'm just I genuinely don't know.
I don't know either.
It was funny that you said that because I'm like relating to you. I'm like, you're right. I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a very good point. That's historically that was something that bettered humanity.
Yeah.
And I don't know.
Yeah,
I know I learned it at some point, but obviously it wasn't drilled into me.
Yeah, the name Marie Curie is ringing in my head, but she's not smallpox. I know she did something famous and wonderful, and I don't remember what it was.
So you're just going to throw out a random
name? I'm going to throw out her name.
Did something wonderful.
Yeah. Hey, she did something awesome. Good job. I don't know what it is.
Mother Teresa of Calcutta.
Hey, that's another great name. There you go. We don't know.
Just random people who did nice things. Yeah. We're going to relate to the smallpox vaccine just because. Gandhi. It was Gandhi. I love this Marie Curie.
She did do something cool, didn't she?
But that doesn't mean that she did. Jesus of Nazareth. What the?
Hey,
that was so funny. Now, here's an interesting twist. What if there is one prison for every felon in the entire world? And I liked how they explored this. Oh, it makes me want to be bad. Ragdoll, as we see his Tiny Titans sequence in issue 8, seeing his place in the world, he sees it in a unique way. He doesn't necessarily see himself as bad as he actually is. Emil justifies what they are doing because they bought the government and let the businesses continue to operate. But Jeanette is thinking more logically, and I like this exploration of this prison. When Floyd asks when Floyd says that Arkham Asylum isn't enough for the Joker, why not ship him off here? She points out the dangers of a universal gulag. What about political prisoners? What about political prisoners from various countries? Does any level of crime get them thrown in here? It sounds great on paper, but where's the distinction? Who gets here? We're saying everybody?
Yeah, you remember a Star Trek Next Generation where every crime had the same punishment. Walk on the grass, jaywalk, it's death immediately. You break any law, you're killed instantly. Boom, done. And I still remember that episode thinking, it would be absolutely kind of bummer. You jaywalk, you get killed. But if you're in a society where if you do something like that, if you break one simple law, you're dead. If you break one simple law, you're sent off to this hellacious place. Would you end up breaking the law?
Scandal's questioning working for slavers again to Catman and his response with the contract. He agrees with her on some level, but yet can't completely say it. And it is interesting how the contract's kind of an excuse for a behavior here.
Yeah, definitely. It's kind of like I was just following orders type, law, excuse we see with like any military, where they're committing some atrocities that are,
mercenaries.
Yeah, mercenaries. It's, it's a nice cover for them, but part of me wonders if it's not just completely a cover, if there's something more going on.
Well, that's why it's funny how I'm reading that this could go either way, and it is interesting. Jeanette goes to free Artemis, and I would love to know more about her. I'd love to know about how they know each other. And at this stage, I'm heavily invested in Jeanette. We talked about her earlier as a character. The dialogue shows that they clearly do not care for each other, yet this being chained up and the way that she is goes against Jeanette's code.
And her beliefs and
on someone she clearly doesn't like.
Yeah.
To the point where she's willing to help her free the other Amazons as well. So it's interesting. When Thomas and the rest of the six show up, Jeanette was held for a time in Kilmaine Gaol, which was in Dublin. Now, this was, I'm guessing, after her time with her husband or before? I don't know. I read the Wikipedia article on it, and she has a point. Floyd was really at a country club by comparison. It shows us her age, too, that she's quite old. The six now have to stand together or honor their contract and break up and choose sides. It's interesting. It's three different choices. Stand together and honor their contract, or two different sides. Or break up and choose. And I don't know, but I agree with you in the sense that, is this another swerve as well? Are we not seeing everything laid out? It's kind of interesting how they divided right down the middle like they did. Now, Ragdoll's bits about inconvenienced prisoners, again adding humor to this very dark moment. Scandal tells Thomas that they can't win this. I knew he'd turn on her. I mean, that was a nice little build-up there. I didn't see Floyd turning on Jeanette, but then it fits him. So, I mean, I didn't see it coming, but I'm like, it makes perfect sense. Don't kill me as Ragdoll jumps on Bane. Divided right down the middle. Now, what's interesting about Bane is he immediately leaps to Scandal's defense, but I also believe he sides with her on the prison issues. But here's the twist. I think he would have protected her had she chosen the other way. Yeah.
He would have gone with her, and
that is the bond there.
Yeah, it's one of the things my initial reaction, of course, with you got the saying "bros before hoes," kind of thing, and which is one of the first reason why Deadshot would go along with Catman. But then you got the whole professional contractism. But I started thinking about this: what if the team was planning this all along? What if they're planning the just giant swerve and they had to have some of their people go help the slaves, but some stay in good standing with the people running the island? So they divide up the team so that, you have, Bane.
You think they're infiltrating?
They're infiltrating. What if their true contract isn't to work with these guys, it's to take them down? Or maybe their contract is to get the people inside the thing out.
So our Scandal...
See,
Jeanette and Bane becoming prisoners then?
Maybe becoming prisoners. Maybe they pick those three because they will have a better chance of surviving.
So are you thinking we don't understand the contract?
Maybe we don't.
Maybe the contract isn't with who they think they are.
Yeah, right now we're reading this as the contract
there's another
is
level
with
to
Smith.
This.
Maybe the contract they're really talking about.
I was thinking that too. I was thinking maybe there's a swerve here. I could see it very well being there's a reason why morally as this goes on, they'll come back together again and this really is a split.
Yeah.
Or I was seeing that there's. I was seeing it both ways. I could see this.
I could
be very comfortable with it going either way.
Oh God, yes.
Where we're genuine. What we're seeing laid out before us is legit. Or there's a bigger swerve too.
Yeah.
So it's. I think it's either A or B. But I like that I don't 100% know right now, and that this group.
And we won't know until this is over. And even in the end, because you think about that whole with what happened with the card. with the get out of hell free card.
Right.
How even in the end there, when it looked like, Thomas was, not when Floyd was, kind of stealing it for himself, he really wasn't. He was doing it to try to save the team. And then, there's always a little different layer that you don't know is going to happen until you see it happen. So this is, a Secret Six story. There's going to be swerves. There's going to be twists and turns. Now, maybe we're seeing this directly for how it is. Maybe the team is splitting up. Maybe they're, a dividing here. But we know that they're not going to stay split together. We know something will bring them back together. Maybe a common enemy of my enemy type thing. Maybe it'll be a realization, okay, the contract was flawed. We need to, take care of ourselves. Or, I don't know, maybe there'll be a third whatnot in there.
Wonder Woman...
Yeah, I love doing that to you. I love the fact that I can still throw out that, at a ridiculous moment, and it will throw you off.
But did it have actual meaning?
What?
Did it have actual meaning?
A third piece to the puzzle that we still don't know yet. The whatnot of the story.
Okay, right. So you just use that word for any random, or that phrase, I should say, or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
The collection of nonsense for whatever you just feel like defining it as at the time.
Exactly.
Okay.
That is the zen of the whatnot. There is no true what is.
I got to admit, I actually quite like that. Wonder Woman shows up, which stops them, but I have to wonder where this would have went, because nothing's simple with this team. Is Artemis dead? What will bring the Six back together? Is this a genuine conflict, or did they set it up? I think it's genuine, but they've surprised me before, so I don't know. Who is Mockingbird? I can't wait until the Deadshot's Inferno next issue. This book has me glued. I don't know. It keeps me thinking, and I like books that keep me thinking. And this book continues to do that every month.
Holy caffeine!
Jim, we had an interesting request from Mark F., who's a.k.a. Superman 2K38. And he asked if we could have a little bit of a discussion about the copyright transfer of Superman to the Schuster estate and Siegel in 2013. Have you been reading this?
Yeah.
And you and I talked about, and actually I know you've been reading this because based on this, we had a discussion point. And it was interesting because I read an article on Newsarama, which then led me to an article they linked to in Variety, where it said that the case was won by the Warners. But then I was reading, as I was going down below, and it said, first of all, in 2011, if there's no film, they're going to have to pay damages to the Siegel and Schuster, or the Siegel estate, I think, is what it is right now. Yeah, it was the Siegel estate. But then the Schuster estate, I think, is going to be involved in 2013. Is that how that works out?
Yeah. Well, okay. First off, let me just say I am not an attorney.
No, neither am I.
Yeah, and we're dealing with copyright law.
Right.
Which is a specialty field within a specialty field. Law itself is a specialty field. It's a very difficult field, and hats off to you lawyers out there. You get a lot of bad rep, but there is a very difficult thing with understanding the law and this and that and precedent and yada yada and all that stuff. So I started doing some research on this.
And I want to, before you get started, I want to say thank you to you, because you really took the ball with this and did a lot of research. At the beginning, I'm like, I didn't know that you did this. You really did we went to a lot of legal websites, not entertainment-related ones. You went to actual legal websites to get more detailed information on this. I'm a school teacher, and Jim's in banking. And, with what we do, we don't deal with copyright law. So anything that we discuss here is based on information that you found at sites that you went to, but in no way, shape, or form should we be considered experts on this. We're doing very similar to other people on the net who maybe aren't as in the know. We're doing our own speculation on what this means. So if anybody has corrections and all that, please feel free to do so. We're just, like I said, it's an interesting discussion. I'm enjoying following this. So what did you find? What did you find?
First off, I got a pretty good, solid understanding of this. Now, before we go into why the most recent thing was considered a victory for DC, for Warner Brothers and DC, let me give you a little bit of background. Okay, 1909 Copyright Act. It granted that copyrights would last 28 years from the date of the first publication. with an option to renewal lasting an additional 28 years. Now, what this allowed for the creator, the artist, or the person who created this copyrighted entity to sell off their licensing, sell off their rights to a big company for some money, but after 28 years, they could renew and get back what was originally theirs. They would have to petition. Now, here's part where I'm not completely sure how they go about the process on it. But what they could do was, for example, the Siegel family, Siegel and Schuster sold off the rights to Action Comics #1 to DC Comics. 28 years later, they would have the option then to renew and repurchase back those rights from the company. Now, from DC back, so they would have.
Now, in this case, do they have the right of denial?
See, that I'm not 100% certain what is required to get it back. If you have to show reason behind why you should get it back, or if you can just on a whim get it back to you. It was written so that people who, the true value of your property isn't recognized at that time, so that the original person who created this could then get it back to you.
I see. Okay.
It's basically a fairness type thing. It's a fairness protecting the person from the company. It's a fairness protecting the innocent person who maybe was on hard times and didn't realize, hey, I got a gold mine here. Now, there's probably, terms in which you have to apply for it. You have to reapply for it to get it back and whatnot. And there's probably very strict.
Not as simple as,
it's not as strict as I want it back. Okay, here you go. There is a court hearing and all that. And that's the part of the copyright law.
And you have to show.
Right. That's the whole thing about why I said I'm not a lawyer, so I don't know.
And why this is taking so long,
details.
because there's a lot of justifications in this case.
There's actually, then there was something else happened. In 1943, the Supreme Court kind of changed things. And what it did was it said that the creator who is selling off their property could then sell off both of the first 28 years. So they gave the creator the right to sell off their first 28 years and their second 28 years at the same time. And a lot of the businesses said, hey, if you have the right to sell off those first 28 years, we want both 28 years now. And that's, my guess is probably what happened to Siegel and Schuster. They sold off not only their first 28 years, but their second 28 years. Then, the next thing it was actually really, in a way, kind of scummy. It was something that the Supreme Court jumped back in on, and then in 1976, the Supreme Court kind of cleaned the mess up by saying not only do you have, dropped it from 28 years to 19 years, but then it also allowed for the creators to get back their rights and get back, making it a little bit easier for the creators to get back what they had sold. So it's a combination of these three laws which allowed, the Siegel family to get back their rights in around 95. And I started doing the math, and you figure 48 plus 20, the 43 plus, 48 plus 28, and, you look and see and trying to figure out where, the math, it kind of fits around 95, 99. So that's probably where the family really first started going after the property and going after the assets, was around 95. Now, another thing I saw that I couldn't really find any details on was in 1948, Siegel family, Jerry Siegel actually sued and had a settlement out of court with, I think it was DC by then. I'm not sure. Maybe it was, I think it was with DC. So there was a settlement. So now we're talking, because Superman came out in 43, but 48 looks like it's the magic number. So if you have 48 plus 28 years, that's 76. Then you take another 19 on top of that, and that's 1995, which is around the time when all of these, the legal stuff with the Siegel family getting rights back to Action Comics #1 started to come into play. So that's my guess on how the Siegel family got it back. It's, written into the law. Now, the whole thing with the Schuster family...
Some interesting speculation going here, because I'm like sitting here like, okay, this makes a lot of sense.
The whole thing with the Schuster family was very interesting because I don't know if the Schuster family filed along with the Siegel family. I don't know why Schuster's not right along in on this with the Siegels, because when the Siegels got the right, they were received right to 50% of the licensing, 50% of the copyright Blu-ray. They own 50% of that.
Money.
And that
Money,
was, yeah.
But what I'm saying is, there could be a simple answer to that. I'm speculating here. It could be that there's members of the Siegel family who are really motivated to do this.
Right.
And they were willing to put the money into it. I mean, anytime you're going to take on a legal battle, you're putting forth money to do that. So I'm just guessing.
Yeah, I know.
So I'm answering what could be a possible scenarios. I'm not saying I know, but why would one family do it over the other? One had the means, maybe one had the motivation. I don't know what it was. It could be family members of the Siegel family got together and said, "Hey, let's go for this." I don't know. I'm guessing.
Yeah, or it could also be very simple. Maybe the Siegel family had people who said, "Hey, why aren't you guys doing this? Come on, you can fight for this."
I'm speculating on the teacher
end. It could be knowledge.
Because
I don't know.
The extent of my legal knowledge has to do with education. I do know quite a bit about educational law and how it affects teachers and what if I as a teacher want to sue or want for whatever reason for a teacher to do that, you've got to financially be able to fork over the money to do that. And a lot of times the problem with that is if you were to, like, say you were to sue a school district, for example, I would have no reason to, thank goodness, but I've known stories of teachers who've done that, and what happens is school districts a lot of times can wait them out because they have more money to pull from, more financial resources, and the teacher's money eventually runs out, and the case just goes nowhere because of it. That's not, it's kind of so I'm saying in this particular case, it may be means. Right. Members of the Siegel family were driven enough, motivated enough to say, hey, let's all get together, pool resources, pool money to do this, and our betting is that we're going to recoup enough to make this worth it. I'm just guessing.
Yeah,
that's speculation.
That was something I was really looking for to see if I could find out why, and I never was able to find anything because all these occurred back, 95, back in 48, back when I really couldn't get, there's probably legal software. Well, I know there's legal research tools that if I was a lawyer or a paralegal, I could pull this stuff up, boom, like that. But I don't have generic, human, normal people access to the stuff.
And that's why I think it's important to state at this point that we are speculating. Even with the research that you've done, we are still speculating at this point. I think there's a certain responsibility to say that.
Yeah, repeatedly.
Versus this. We're not sitting here saying that we're stating fact. We are speculating based on things that we found or our own personal experience, what we think is going on here.
Yeah.
And feel free to correct us or things like that. But I do want to, for any listeners here, I do think there's responsibility to say we are not presenting fact here. You should not say, geez, on Rating Bullets I heard this and these guys were stating fact or anything like that. No, we are not connected in any way with either side on this. So this is speculation.
Yeah.
And
now,
based on a listener had a good suggestion, so we're chatting about it. So
now, one thing that, the most recent court appeal, that everyone's saying it's a victory for DC, victory for DC. You and I were initially reading that saying, how the heck is this a victory?
Well, Warner Brothers in particular was sort of by
victory
Variety.
for Warner Brothers, saying it's a great victory for them, and we couldn't figure it out because as we're reading the article, it sounded like it's shifting over to Schuster and Siegel in 2013 and all that. Well, that was part of the thing where the Variety, gave all the accurate information on that, but when I read one of the legal sites that explained it a little bit more, it kind of really made things understand. I understood why they're calling this a victory.
Okay.
What this suit wasn't for licensing, control, or any of that stuff
profits,
to gain. This was for the Siegel family stated that between DC and Warner Brothers, they cut a sweetheart deal in regards of the movies and Smallville. And now what a sweetheart deal is it's where they're not giving the true, it's not a assessment based on the true value. It's a licensing. They're allowing each other to use the licensing of the Superman product and just the general thing, but they're saying it's at X value. And Siegel's family saying no. You guys deflated the value because we're already getting a piece of the action because we already have our 50% of the licensing. Mm-hmm. We already have our money. You're deflating the value intentional, so we get paid less. And that's what they're suing. The courts ruled no, this is a fair market value of the deal between the two companies. So boom, that's why it's considered a victory for Warner Brothers because they did not have to pay any additional fees.
Okay.
Now, the big confusion with the whole 2013 comes from the attorney who is representing the Siegel family, who I guess is now also representing the Schuster family, saying how, in 2013, the Schuster family will have the other half of the control. And it'll be Siegel, Schuster owning 100% of the licensing, copyright, and of Superman. Now, the thing is, that he made it sound like a very definitive statement. And in all the articles you read, it's a very definitive statement. Where
because when I read Variety, it made it sound like
it was a done deal.
Let me just go with what and then you can please explain this, because when I read the Variety article, it made it seem like in 2013, Siegel and Schuster have the license of Superman. And that would mean, and from the way that it was worded in that article, it seemed like Siegel and Schuster would have the right of denial for that license to DC Comics, from the way I read in that article.
Now, right, and that's exactly how it read, but the truth is, in 2013, the Schuster family has the potential to get the second half. Right now, Siegel has 50%, DC, Warner, and all that have the other 50%. Mm-hmm. You know, that's when Schuster can first start petitioning to get control back of his thing. It's not a guaranteed thing that he will get it. Now, he's got a very strong case because of precedent. Siegel family was able to get it, so he should be able to maybe get the second half. Mm-hmm. Now, here I'm going to go Jim speculation. You think about, because Siegel was the writer, so he was the creator behind the mind. Schuster was the artist, correct?
It's a combo deal.
Right.
Back then it's not, I don't know that it's fair to call it as cut and dry and all that.
You know, but I think that's what the defense will be, that, yeah, Schuster created, the Action Comics 1, he did the artwork on that, but you look at what Superman looks like back then and what he looks like now, it's not the same entity. You look at Lois Lane, and that's what I think DC's defense will be. Well, whereas it's intellectually, it is the same person. Mm-hmm. Physically, it's not. And I think that's part of the reason why DC has actually, even if you look, has gone, they've changed around the iconic big red S on the shield, the big blue Boy Scout. This iconic image that is Superman is similar but different than what he has.
I don't think they did it for that as simple as that purpose, though. I think no. I mean, I guess here's kind of my take on it. This character was created by Siegel and Schuster back in the day, and there should be a certain amount of something for them because of that. And I'm not going to pretend. I'm not capable of saying, because it's not my field of expertise, what would be fair for them to get. But I'm in their camp, in the creators' camp. I'm, as a fan, I'm a pro-creator person. But by the same token, you have to also argue exactly the point you're making here. Over the years, and I don't think it was underhanded, I don't think that's what you're implying either.
Thank you.
I think what's happened is over the years, so many creators who have worked for DC have touched this character that the character has evolved and grown, and there should be acknowledgement of what the company, DC Comics and Warner Brothers, Comics, actually DC Comics, and Warner Brothers gets in because they have given the rights to the film end, which it gets very complicated on that. So I'm not going to pretend I completely can speak accurately on that. But you have to be able to acknowledge years of creators who have done that, including, take a look in the last couple years what's been done to this character and how much it's evolved and things like that. Take a look at, since the death of Superman, how much the mythos has changed and evolved in this character. Yeah. When he was originally created, the dude couldn't even fly. It is something where over time, Siegel and Schuster, huge mark on the character. And you're right, on the writing end, you could make it a writing artist. It gets very complicated.
And that's just my speculation on what I think their defense will be.
I think so,
once again, I'm not a lawyer, so I don't know exactly sure. And just like there's a couple other interesting stuff I read where with how we talked before about how did he get control
it gets
with
complicated.
The Superboy thing, because even though Siegel had got to Action Comics #1, they got the full copyright of that, then every other facet of the Superman mythos, does it fall under the same thing? Each one of those is going to be a different court hearings. Mm-hmm. And, 2013, it's going to be a fight for who gets rights. Now, if the Schuster family wins, we are talking Siegel-Schuster owning 100% of the licensing of Superman, meaning they could technically say, you, DC, we're going to Marvel. And Marvel launches a Superman line, and it would be called Superman. Because the Siegel-Schuster. Now, I would bet that DC probably would have some defense against it legally because of their long history of running it, but I don't know for certain.
And that would be a huge, honestly, I feel that would be a huge mistake and we're speculating again.
Yeah, I'm just throwing these out.
And here's the part, too. I'm not anti-anybody on this. I'm not anti-Siegel-Schuster. I'm not anti-DC or Warner Brothers. I don't feel I know enough to say which side I'm on in this. So I'm very in the middle on this. I'm interested as a fan because it's interesting to follow. But I don't feel I have anywhere near enough information to say, oh, geez, they were really robbed, or boy, you got to be the company man and look at what they're right. I don't know. I'm not going to pretend I do. It is interesting to follow, though. I guess for me, what is interesting to me is, first of all, if that were to happen, which is you see on the internet lots of fans speculating, well, geez, then Siegel and Schuster could take it to Marvel.
Yeah.
That would be such a huge mistake. And I'm not anti-Marvel, don't get me wrong. I would be saying the same thing if Stan Lee said, let's take Spidey over to DC.
Yeah.
There is a marked difference between the Marvel universe and the DC universe that I think, as fans, I'm a fan of both universes. And what I like about them is that they feel so different. There's a definite feel when you read a book set in the Marvel universe that is unique to what it is in the DC universe. And no matter what writers cross over or do that, I think that the writers really enjoy being able to delve into that different universe. Ed Brubaker, Batman, wonderful run over at DC. Wonderful Vertigo stories. It's just a great writer. What he's doing right now over at Marvel with Captain America, very different. And it's hard to explain. Yes, it's a superhero book, but a Captain America story is very different than a Batman story. And there's something universally, like Superman in the Marvel universe doesn't work for me.
Right.
Spider-Man in the DC universe doesn't work for me. It was cool in the Amalgam Age and all that stuff, but I like the separation of these universes. I don't see Siegel's wanting to do that necessarily. I think this case is really over, as anybody would do nowadays, trying to get whatever is fair.
It's over what's fair.
I think that kind of speculation right now is, I don't see any signs that that's what they're really after.
No, I don't think that either. And I basically just threw that out there just to show.
No, because and the reason why I'm going with that is because every time this comes up on the net, whenever you see blogs with these articles, there's like 10 people saying, oh, guess that means we got a shot at Superman over Marvel or that type of thing. And I'm kind of like, I don't see that being what this is about at all. It's not about yanking the guy out. It's about money.
Yeah, technically, but
it's about money and rights and fairness and
recognition.
It's about, so it is an interesting thing. And I don't know. Like I said, I don't know enough to know whose side I would be on in this. I like talking about it, though, because it's interesting. So it's a geeky discussion to kind of speculate on what we've learned. I do like the amount of research you did. I got to say thank you to you, because I know you did a lot of research trying to find as much information as you could. And this has been informative just in the sense that it's helping me to understand it a bit more. And even still with what you've found, I have a ton of questions.
Yeah, and there's still gaps, and that's part of the whole thing with contract law is a very complex and detailed branch of practice of law.
If anybody's an expert on this and would like to chat with us on it, or send us information or call our voicemail,
please feel free. Now,
it's 1-440-388-4434 if you want to call our voicemail line and send in some information on it. I would be curious to hearing more on it, because neither of us are claiming to be experts on this, and it is interesting.
Now, one interesting other thing that you mentioned about the movie rights. Uh-huh. Now,
that's a whole other ballgame.
That's a whole other ballgame, but it's also when the judge sided with Warner Brothers, saying that there's not a sweetheart deal going on, he did in his his write-up or his findings or whatever the technical term is, list in there that the Siegel family would have the possibility of action against Warner Brothers if Warner Brothers stalled making another movie. Uh-huh. If they tried to kill the property or deflate the value of the movie property. Now,
is it true that did you read anything about this? I thought I saw in one of the articles that the Siegel family is getting a portion of the profits that DC Comics gets?
Yes.
Not Warner Brothers.
Yes.
Is that correct?
I believe so. I believe it's the piece that
DC gets from the parent company, versus...
And that was part of the whole thing with the sweetheart deal going back between the two of them. Uh-huh. If it's lessened, then they would get less. Right,
of course. It's strange. It's strange how that works out, because why wouldn't it be the whole shebang?
Yeah, I have no idea on that part. That's one that that's a copyright law, contract law.
I'm not saying that it's wrong that it is worded that way. I I'm a little confused as to why there is that distinction over it being DC Comics portion versus the whole shebang. I don't understand.
Yeah, my personal guess is that
a license.
Their deal was with DC Comics, and it was DC Comics who made the side deal, so it's based off of that.
So it's the license is being to make the films to Warner Brothers is being paid to DC,
right.
And Siegel's family gets a portion of the license.
Right?
Is that
the
way it's working?
That's how I think.
Yeah, because DC holds the license, Siegel has a portion of the license. The deal with Warner would then be why Siegel's would get a portion
piece of that. And there's also a thing where if Warner Brothers flat out said there's no way we would have, we have nothing in production movie-wise, so, to give us a deadline when a movie has to be done by, it can't be done.
And they're saying the earliest was 2012 they could have a film in production is what they were saying.
And the two dates, I read the 2012 date, but I also read a 2011 date.
Well, 2011 is when the judge's deadline, wasn't it?
The judge's deadline, but that's production, not the actual finished product.
Right.
So production could mean a finished script. Production could mean we're starting the whole process.
See, in my eyes, a finished script, as we've seen many times, does not mean production.
Once again,
production means starting production, like actually to the point where we're casting, we're getting ready to film, we have dates.
I don't know what the definition of quote-unquote production is.
I would love to know more of that.
That I don't know.
I don't think a finished script means anything, because we've seen how many finished scripts have there been.
Have we seen? Exactly.
Where they've been thrown out the window and no such film.
It could be, and that's part of the thing that Warner Brothers did claim about how you can't give a movie property is completely different than a comic book property or even a television property. You can't give a cut and dry timeline when something needs to be done because, if it's a part of it, around the time when superhero movies die off and everyone gets sick of superhero movies, we're not going to release a superhero movie because it'll just do bad. We're not going to release a movie just to do bad, just to fulfill a contract. And so that's a whole nother side story that I really, that's another one where I think I would have had to actually got my hands on that judge's writ, and I couldn't.
Here's my thing. If you want to start a production in 2011 of a Superman film, there's an easy way to do it. There's two possible options.
Oh, big time.
Either A, let's take Smallville and just dump it onto the big screen. It's ready to go.
Yep.
That universe is just begging to be Superman. Make that Superman in a Smallville Superman movie. Or B, tap these wonderfully creative comic writers that you've got now, and let's get some scripts. Because I think there's a lot of them that have a wonderful idea on what would make a great Superman movie, and what would make ones that would make fans drool, and because they are fans themselves, and you've got the potential. Now, you can't do a script overnight, but if it looks like 2011 is going to be the date, you got some people here who could probably deliver a monster script.
Tell me people would not be beating down the doors of movie theaters if they heard Superman movie as written by Jeff Johns. That right there would sell anybody. You could say, Jack Black is playing Superman. You're like, it's Johns? Okay, I'll pull it. He can pull it off somehow. Okay, maybe that was an extreme example.
Yeah, I'm looking at you like you're
that was an extreme example.
Prunes. I like Jack Black, but
okay, yeah.
I remember there was rumors of Jack Black being Green Lantern. What?
Yeah. That's actually why I threw out Jack Black.
And I love Jack Black, but I mean,
but seriously though,
in a serious sense,
you throw a name like Johns on it, you will get people.
Speaking of film, there's actually a casting that I'd like to talk about, but we'll do that. Keep going.
Okay.
Okay. But I mean, you make an interesting point there. I do want to end this. Do you have anything else that you want to add to it?
No, that's about it.
I do want to end this by saying once again that one of the things driving this is we had the Screaming Tiki Con this weekend, and a lot of it was driven around Cleveland. They did the ribbon cutting around the Siegel house. There's been plaques on the Schuster house. Where Schuster
house was.
Yeah. It's Cleveland's starting to get their act together thanks to some wonderful people who banded together to make this happen, to start giving more notice to the fact that Superman's from here, which I was thrilled about. We had the Screaming Tiki Con this weekend, and we'll talk about that in our next segment. But I wanted to say again that we're not experts on this. It was a suggestion of one of our listeners, hey, why don't you guys talk about this? And Jim really took the ball here and tried to get as much information as possible. But we're still speculating. So please don't take any of this as fact. If there's anything that we are off on, which is a very good possibility.
Please feel free to correct us.
Yes, because we're looking for that, honestly. Yeah. We're not pretending to be experts or to be your go-to source for legal things. I do appreciate you taking the time, though, to look for as many resources as you could to try and get some more detailed information. I thought it was eye-opening. I do want to end this with talking about one of the casting thing, though, seeing as you went there. Ryan Reynolds as Hal Jordan. I like it.
Dude, I'm digging that. Now,
he's got the right look.
He's got the right look. He's got that charming, smarmy kind of look that Hal sometimes, that suave kind of look. Yeah. But he also does have, the rugged, powerful. I could see some intense.
He can pull it off. Yeah.
I can see some intense, concentration. Just that, you got the jacket, wear it right, fly straight and true. I
loved him as Deadpool in Wolverine Origins. I thought he was really good in that. I wonder what this means for that, though. There was rumors that was spinning off into a film. Does that mean he'll do both, or how does that work? I can't see how, depending on what the time frame was with that. But now I could see him pulling off the one-liners too.
Yeah. Oh, definitely.
To do without it going over the top. I think he can do. He was in the Blade movies as well. Yeah. I like him. I think he's a really good actor.
He's a solid actor. And
right age, too, if you're going to do a starting kickoff Hal movie.
Now, the other stuff I saw about the other casting...
Is there other casting?
Is that set in stone?
Where'd you see this?
I saw it, I believe it was Newsarama.
That was speculate. It was like kind of a we cast the rest of it.
Oh, okay. I wasn't sure if that was a we cast.
That wasn't.
Okay.
They have a cool article.
Because they had a couple.
Cool. They do that, and Wizard does that in their magazine sometimes, and I enjoy that.
Yeah. They had a couple that
they would cast it with.
They had a couple that I really liked. Mm-hmm. One being...
But no, that is not casting.
Yeah, they're not definite casting. One being Vin Diesel as Kilowog. I kind of like that. Just he's got that gruff kind of sounding voice to him. That I think he.
Oh, you mean the makeup going? I could see him saying "you poosers."
Yeah. You posers, yeah. I could definitely posers.
Poosers.
Posers. P-O-O posers.
P-O-O-Z.
Yeah, posers.
Poosers.
Posers.
No.
I always say posers. I always say posers.
Posers is P-O-S.
No, posers is with a Z. Pose.
Do you know how to spell the word poser?
No.
How do you spell the word pose?
That's P-O-Z-E.
No, it's not. Like strike the pose, all that. It's P-O-S.
I know.
One O. Poo. You're like boo. Like boo-boo.
I've always read in my maybe correctly it's poos, whatever. On my mind, I always hear posers. I always hear that. When I'm reading it, that's what I hear. So maybe I'm wrong.
When you're walking down the street, do you hear a lot of people saying poser too?
Yeah, a lot. Poser, freak, I've heard that a couple times in my lifetime, but hey.
But you're always a pooser to me.
Yeah. Now,
I like going with what you're saying, though. It is not actual casting, but that would be an interesting placement for it.
Now, the other one that they
I wonder if this is going to be a Hal Jordan movie or a Green Lantern Corps movie or what it's going to be. That's interesting.
I don't know. But now the other one they listed that I thought was kind of interesting was what's his name from House playing Sinestro.
Hugh Laurie
playing Sinestro. And at first I was like, I don't know.
But the age and the way Hugh Laurie as House carries himself, that was interesting.
that was the thing that it was one House is a bit of a that it's not my favorite person. I can't watch because of his attitude and whatnot. But I'm like,
you don't like House?
No.
My wife got me really, really. How many episodes have you seen?
I cannot sit through one because I usually want to throw something at the TV.
You know what? It's funny.
He angers me.
It's funny. I watched that show. I want to say a couple of times where I only caught half of an episode, but my wife loves it. And there was times where I would sit down and read comics, and she'd have the show on. And I got into watching 3 or 4 where I put the comic down. I'm like, oh, it's really a good show. Yeah. I got into it. I agree with you that it took me a few episodes to get into it. I like him as an actor, though. I like his British comedy work, stuff that he did before he was doing television and film over here. And the show's really good. It grew on me. I get him now.
See, I still don't get him, and he still angers
and we're really
me.
jumping off to the side,
Right.
but because he was brought up because of this article. But I like the casting of him as that. I would like to see, because the only casting that I've heard so far is Ryan Reynolds. That's
Right.
the only casting for sure. That was a speculation, and that's on Newsarama. So anybody wants to check that out. It's an interesting article, but I just thought we should talk about, seeing you talked about casting, let's talk about the casting of Hal.
Yeah.
What do you think about that? Good stuff. Jim, I want to talk about the Screaming Tiki Con a little bit. This was something, it was nice to have a con in our backyard. And it was interesting because was a starting con. It was the first one. They had it last year in 2008, but it was in Niles, Ohio, a completely different location. This was the first time they held it in downtown Cleveland. So to me, it's a brand new con. Yes, it has the Screaming Tiki name and branding, but it was the first time they did it with Ingenuity Fest, which was taking place in downtown Cleveland. They partnered up with them. And in the Halley building here, they set up a con for the first time. And they invited some impressive guests. We had Daniel Logan from Star Wars. We had Ray Park was there, who's going to be in G.I. Joe, but he's been in a variety of different movies, including Star Wars
and Darth Maul.
And then they had Michael Rosenbaum from Smallville, Sam Witwer, who played Doomsday. We had Erin Gray from Buck Rogers, Edward James Olmos from Battlestar Galactica. It was an interesting mix of great guests.
And Helen Slater.
Who played Supergirl. And we're going to talk about that panel, because that was a cool panel on Sunday. But it was interesting. The first day on Friday, we went there, it was open from 4 to 8, which is kind of it's kind of like it was like a preview night. Is the best way I can say it, because Wizard does those preview nights, and it felt more like a preview night to me in the way that it was run.
Yeah.
I think a lot of the people running it were getting their bearings and trying to get everything set up. I gotta say, the dealer space was, I don't want to say small, because there was a lot of stuff to look at, but compared to the Screaming Tiki and Niles, it was smaller. Which was interesting because it was they did take up the whole room space, though, that was there. So obviously the space was limited to the room space that they had allocated. I'm hoping this did really well and that it expands next year to a larger dealer space, because I thought what was there was really cool. I liked looking around. I would love to see more from this con. I would love to see this to eventually become more of a premier con in Cleveland. But I had fun shopping around. I bought a shirt on the first day right away. I went browsing through a lot of back issue bins. You got action figures that you were looking for, correct?
I got some Justice League Unlimited action figures. They have our good friends over at the Comic Geek Speak have had various events that we've gone to.
Well, this was a super show, wasn't it?
Yeah, their super show. Yeah, and one of the door prizes I got was a Martian Manhunter that was a Justice League Unlimited, but it was a Martian Manhunter in a collectible stand where each one of the members of the Justice League had their own letter of the word league that's spelled out,
and it connected like a puzzle.
And it connected, and at first I'm sitting there, and at first Manhunter was always in the package. I finally broke him out of the package, and he's sitting there on top of my comics by himself, and I'm like, I got to get the rest of them.
Action figure-wise,
yeah.
At this stage in collecting, do you have a hard time breaking it out of the package? Do you have that? Should I keep it in the package? Do I take it out of the package? Where are you at on that? Because everybody's a little bit different.
John was in the package for, I'd say, probably over a year.
Now, why was that, though? Was it because you just didn't decide what to do with it? Or was it because you were considering leaving it in the package?
I was considering leaving it in the package. Then I think we had a discussion about in the package, not in the package, because I look at yourself, and they're never in the package. You take everything out, you put it out. I think some of the Hawkmen have been played with. I'm not 100% certain, but they look like they have been. Mm-hmm. So I finally made the decision.
There's no video.
Right. I finally made the decision I was going to take it out of the package. Yeah. And so John's out of the package on top, and the action figures that I bought at the con have already been taken out of the package, and they put together. I'm still missing a couple, and I will have the full Justice League run, and that'll be all I'll go with. I'm not going to continue on with the toy line.
For now.
I'm not going to.
What happens when you win another prize?
Well,
because that's really what drove this. You got one, and you're like, wait,
I got one. I couldn't just have one.
Right.
I got to get the full connection.
Yeah, you weren't going to go any further with the hero clicks.
Right.
Right. Yeah.
And
yeah, that didn't work either.
Yeah,
so,
thanks.
Yeah, so I don't believe you at all.
Yeah, well,
I'm only going to collect certain comics. I'm only going to do this. I'm going to keep my. I'm not going to jump onto this one, and That's how Damn It Norge got started. On Friday, it was, I'm a big fan of panels at cons. So, that was something when Screaming Tiki started announcing they were having panels. That was one of the first things that I looked at. There's something that drive me. So on the first day we went to one, it was a Siegel and Schuster film tribute. It was a short thing, but it was put together. I liked it. It was fan-produced, put together by Wolfpack Entertainment. And the Wolfpack Entertainment is Adam Wolf and Josh Packard. And this was totally fan-produced. It was short, but it was cool. And really their whole point was just to give a quick background into Siegel and Schuster, because the point of a lot of this weekend, what was driving it, was celebrating the fact that these guys came from Cleveland and created this character. So it was really just to look back that it was the Depression, looking back at 1932. It was 6 years till the actual appearance of this character, June 30th, 1938. But they were talking about the original, there was 3 iterations of this character. In 1933, they originally created him as a telepathic villain. Reign of the Superman was the original iteration. So, Superman was originally, and I think he was bald, if I remember correctly.
He looked kind of like almost mechanical from the pictures and all that.
He almost looked a little bit like Brando in Apocalypse Now. Yeah. In some of the posters where he looks real imposing. But then it was the next one, the Superman. They tried to sell him to a book publisher, and there was a no-go. The book publisher never published comics again. And the character was slightly modified by using inspirations like Samson and Hercules, fighting social injustice, and that's what led to Action Comics #1, and then Superman #1 in 1939. So it was interesting they did, like I said, it was a little short film that kind of went through that little history of what it took for him to get published. That they went through 3 different iterations. They had a panel there on Superman and animation where they took a look at how Superman influenced, not only Superman had a role in animation, but how he influenced other animated characters. And it was, sometimes a look at funny animation characters. So, I get into panels like that. The best panel, first of all, on Sunday, we had a panel. It was with Michael Rosenbaum, Sam Witwer, and Helen Slater. And this, to me, was the favorite panel of mine the whole time. And one thing I want to say about the celebrities in general, at the end of this podcast, you're going to hear a conversation that I had with a good friend of mine, Jimmy Braidic, that we had on Friday after we went back. I had him use our iRiver, and he had a great story involving Sam Witwer, Erin Gray, and Edward James Olmos, where it was just a wonderful celebrity moment where the guy took 15 minutes to talk to him about Battlestar Galactica. And that really is more, because it's Battlestar Galactica outside of our show, more of the end of the show, Raging Reel segment. So that will be there. But Michael Rosenbaum was this MVP of this Smallville panel. There were funny stories, particularly about Smallville's Fortress of Solitude set. Michael hadn't been there his entire 7 years on the show, except for
the very final final season he was
right.
in. Yeah,
and Helen Slater and the whole crew mentioned how cool the set was, but both Sam and Michael were laughing at the sheer amount of dust due to the snowy appearance. And they were talking about how they said, okay, it's really funny. You go up on the set, and the entire crew is wearing gas masks, masks over their face.
Surgeon masks,
surgical masks, and things like that because of the sheer amount of dust. And we're all hacking up a storm like dads because this. And it was really funny, just sharing those kind of personal stories. Yeah, sure, it looks cool, but all that snowy dust. Sam Witwer took a funny but natural question about how awful the Doomsday makeup must have been. And he laughed and said it was awful. It took hours to put on. It was incredibly hot. And he said it must have been a nightmare for the 6'5" guy in the outfit. And said that he'd never tell the guy that because of his side. It was funny, that he did this build-up, this huge build-up to it, only to reveal that it wasn't actually him in the costume.
Yeah. And you just talk about just little funny moments. Michael Rosenbaum is a comic. Mm-hmm. And he kept saying how his origin, his background is comedy. And at first I'm like, okay, I'd never really seen him in a comedical role, but he was stand-up comic right there, working the crowd. He's playing off of stuff, passing it back to other members of his panels. Classic comic type activity that he just kept the thing going. He kept it rolling. If something kind of bombed a little bit, he'd address how it kind of bombed and work that into it and make it even funny and refresh the funny moments.
Great balance of interactivity with the audience and interactivity with the panel host. I like that. It was kind of a nice way to keep the thing going all the way through. Michael told a funny story about how he used to ask why Lex is always getting beat up in his own house on the show. He said with his kind of money, you would think he would have more competent security. I mean, that was a $40 million easily mansion. He said that people were storming into his main room left and right, and he was really hysterical because he just said, another episode where I'm winding up in the hospital or I'm winding up with stitches or I'm winding up with Band-Aids or whatever. He said that, people are going to think I'm a wimp.
I loved the funny bits they were saying about how he always had to keep shaving the head because of the integrity of the character. He had to shave his head. And then he's like, but how come I got to shave my chest hair? And he kept going on how they kept having him completely shaved down. And he just, it was a running joke about shaving chest hair, shaving arm hair, shaving head. And even Sam Witwer started jumping in onto it saying, yeah, they made me shave down and I never took off my shirt. What's going on here with these guys? And it was just funny banter they're going back and forth. I thought it was just that running joke that you go to.
And they're pointing out the audience, like, this guy knows how terrible that is. It's like, yeah. Helen Slater was quiet, but very sweet. She actually was a really good singer, like that singing voice bit. I was like, whoa, because they were all encouraging her to sing because of this one story that she told. Particularly interesting to me was that there was a limited release of Supergirl, the director's cut, which I don't own on DVD, but I'm always curious to see reworkings of films. Because I remember seeing Supergirl, and I remember, it was an 80s film, and I remember, cool 80s cheesy stuff. But, you got to put that in the context and time. It's not one of those where I'm looking back and going, wow, one of my favorite Superman movies. But I ordered this on Amazon.com. It's coming. I found it. It was, I forget the name of the company, Anchor Bay. Anchor Bay put it out originally, and it's out of print now. But Amazon had a bunch of them used, so I ended up ordering one, and I'll do a follow-up in a couple of weeks after
we'll
I actually
have a movie
see it.
night.
Yeah, I'd like to actually see what the director's cut is and what's different about it, because it came up from an audience member who was asking if she had seen it or what her thoughts were on it, if she had a preference between the theatrical release or the director's cut, because he said that he personally felt that the director's cut for him made the story make a ton more sense. It fleshed out all kinds of scenes that should have been left the way that they were, and he just said that he said it made the movie much more enjoyable for him. And it was funny when she said, "I haven't actually seen it," and one of the guys in the audience, another guy, yells out, "You want to borrow it?" So it was a funny little bit. The other thing, both Sam and Michael do incredibly funny impersonations of Christopher Walken. And this came up because Michael worked with him in a film, and, it was great. I liked how the audience did a mixture of, a lot of it was focused obviously on Smallville and Superman and all that, but then they also talked about some of their projects outside of there, which is always good because when celebrities are at an event, they should be able to, at some point in time, promote their other work as well. So it was a nice balance of taking a few minutes just to promote, like Sam Witwer's a musician, and there was, obviously one of the people in the audience was a fan of his band. And that's interesting for me because I'm like, okay, I'll check that out just because I want to see if it's my type of music, if I'm interested or not. So it's kind of a cool thing because I like following celebrities that I enjoy on one thing to something else to see if it's my cup of tea. So that was kind of fun. I'd honestly recommend any con stopping by with any of these three present. They were smiling and upbeat even on Sunday. And Sunday for me is the day where you figure, and this is true of creators, everybody, they've been there through the whole convention. If it's a smaller convention, this one Friday, Saturday, Sunday, 3 days at a convention, you got to figure you're worn out at that point. You're not sleeping in your own bed. You're sleeping in a hotel. You're probably going to some after parties or something else like that. You're worn out. I really felt the genuine enthusiasm to connect with the crowd. They were joking around with everyone. I haven't always seen that at cons, so I'm always impressed by it. Like I said, at the end, there's a great story on the Raging Reel about our buddy Jim's. overall, the Artist Alley, you spent a lot of time in Artist Alley.
I had a ball in Artist Alley. Our good friend Tom Zoller, of course, there, Love and Capes.
Love and Capes. If you're not reading Love and Capes, do yourself a favor and check it out. Just wonderfully fun superhero stuff.
And got to see a lot of I actually picked up a couple independent stuff that was there. Haven't had a chance to read it yet, but as I read it, maybe I'll talk a little bit more about it. It was a really fun time seeing a lot of the creator, the different independent sketches, and there was a couple that they were doing some kind of not mainstream sketches. There was one guy, he had a G-Force and Silverhawks. If you remember those two old cartoons, I was sitting there, I'm like, that's Silverhawks. What the heck? He's like, oh yeah, the guy was old school artist, so it was kind of a neat thing just to see and just talk with everybody. It wasn't a crowded. It was a nice kind of there was people there and there was people going around, but it wasn't one of those things where you felt like you're packed in tight. You actually got a little breathing room, so it was kind of nice.
It was overall, as a con, I would like to see it continue because I would love to go next year. I would love to see it continue to grow. I'm hoping that it was beneficial for everybody who was there, the creators in Artist Alley, the dealers who were there, the people the celebrities that came, for signings. I'm hoping it was something that was a positive event. The Smallville panel on a Sunday had a standing room only turnout.
Yeah, that was a nice thing. That was nice to see.
Mm-hmm. So that for me was great. I really enjoyed it. It was something I wasn't able to go up on Saturday, and I do want to shout out one of our listeners who was there because I thought it was like the coolest thing in the world. We were there on Friday with our buddy Jim, and we were going from 4 to 8, and we were there with my buddy Jim and his son Clay. So it was a great chance for us to kind of get out with them and hang out. We're coming out of the con, out to the Ingenuity Fest to look for some food. We met listener Kara Fry, and I apologize if I'm butchering your first name, but it's Kara, Kara, and Fry, Frye, and she was really cool. We've actually since exchanged a couple of emails and did some chatting about the con. I thought she was going to be there the whole weekend. You and I were not able to go back on Saturday, but we were going back on Sunday, so we hit Friday and Sunday, and I didn't realize she was going back to Dayton on Saturday, so I completely missed her on the second day of the con. But we got to chat with her for a little bit, and it was wonderful to meet her. It was cool because we were recognized, which we're in an audio medium, so I was kind of awestruck that somebody would even recognize us visually, because she did. The second we came out, she said, Dr. Norge? The sensei? And I'm like, I was like, it was.
Well, it was the Where's What Not Nows is what she recognized.
Yeah, but
that was awesome.
I was taken aback because I was so flattered that somebody recognized us. I'm not used to that. So it was very cool. She was very nice. It was wonderful to talk to her. We got to meet her husband. Both very nice people. And
even though he's a Marvel person. But he's still,
I like
he's
Marvel
still a
comics
nice guy.
too, so I even said that to him. I'm like, I like Marvel comics. I like all comics. It was fun talking to both of them. They're really nice people. In the emails we've exchanged, she loved the con too. It was a great con. So I'm hoping we get to see this continue. I think it was cool. Smart move for them to partner with another that Ingenuity Fest that was going on as well. I would have liked to have seen more advertising for this, and I'm hoping that it generated enough interest that next year they say, let's put some more advertising dollars towards this, and what can we generate then? Because if that was the turnout with what it had, imagine what will happen next year if they go gangbusters with it. Yeah. So it was cool. Cleveland needs a big con. I want to see it grow.
Yeah, we need...
Every con's got to start somewhere, though. So I thought this was a very good starting point to hopefully something that will grow and continue to grow and be successful. I hope it was beneficial enough for people. Jim, I want to do a quick shout-out to, in this Speeding Bullets segment, about The Nobody, written by Jeff Lemire. This is a Vertigo, it just came out this past week. It's a Vertigo hardcover. It's one of those we just talked about in the opening ad. It's a modern retelling of the tale of the Invisible Man. A bandaged man comes to a small town. Naturally, people would talk and make various assumptions. It doesn't seem like he needs to eat much like normal people, and that starts to get them suspicious as well. It's shown by his lack of regular visits to the local diner. You would think at least daily, right? He would need to get some kind of food. Some of the town members go as far as to exaggerate or even make up lies about him for attention or even fear of the unknown, which was an interesting little twist in the small town. And when I say attention, personal attention, like look at me issues, let me make up stories about this guy so that way you can look at me and like I was somehow victimized by him. And he's a recluse for a reason. He's trying to find a cure for what's happened to him. He's befriended by the 16-year-old daughter of the diner owner, and disappearances that happen in the story lead to a mystery. He's naturally the top suspect, but is it really that simple? And I'm being vague here because I know you haven't read it, and I just it's a hardcover, so I want to do a teaser versus what, like if we're doing issues of his comic series, we're kind of trying to draw people into the series, but this is a whole hardcover, a contained story. John Griffin is the main character, Vicky, the diner owner's daughter. The past and present of both characters, it's kind of a great human drama. We get to see some of Vicky's childhood issues, some of John Griffin's issues. You can understand how they become friends. There's some reclusive people from the town that are brought into all this. It was great. I liked that it didn't just focus on a couple of characters. It did, obviously, the main character is John Griffin, the Invisible Man, and this Vicky, but the townspeople get fleshed out a bit, and you get to know some of the people are a little crazy, some of them are normal, and you can understand why people would feel this way. It was good character development and good character drama. The art's really sharp. This is my first time experiencing any work by Jeff Lemire. I would highly recommend it, though. It was $19.99. You could easily find it on the internet at our InStockTrades.com at a discount. I pre-ordered it, when we talked about in this episode the upcoming Vertigo hardcover, how you can get it for 55% off. That's why I pre-ordered, because a lot of these books, to get them at half off for me is a great deal. This was one that DCB Service offered with a print, an exclusive print that came with it.
Ooh.
So, yeah, it was a neat package. I got it at a discount, but I also got the bonus print with it. So it's an interesting to see this creator take off. I liked this book a great deal, and it is one that I wouldn't mind going cover to cover with in the future. It was, like I said, it was great to see his modern retelling of, on the surface level, it's a modern retelling of The Invisible Man, but he made it his own, and it felt very fresh and very new, and the art was great and sharp and very cool. So I wanted to recommend it. We were going to talk Final Crisis Aftermath Run on this episode. I'm going to save that for next week because I really want to delve in depth to that, because we had a really great discussion, a 3 hours and 15-minute discussion with Freddie Williams that unfortunately got lost, but I have so much content from that I still remember, that I wrote down, that I would really like to get to. Do we want to talk a little Batman? Because you talked on our last couple episodes about some of your issues, so why don't we talk about Batman next? Now, Jim, I want to start with Batman and Robin #2. I really liked the opening with Dick slumped over and the Robin symbol on the floor. It was kind of an interesting, because things are already in place, and we have to find out now, okay, what led to this? It's the same question that Alfred's asking, and I liked that. It was a really nice connection. We were talking to Super Mandy, though. It was interesting. She pointed out that's happening an awful lot in comics right now, where...
Especially in the DC, in the Batman universe, where you're seeing the... It
happened both in Batman and Robin and Batman.
Right. You see the 1 week, 2 weeks in the future, and then you're going, it's, that...
Interesting way to tease what is happening. I wasn't expecting us to see them continue to float down from the last issue, because we saw them at the beginning of that really cool sequence. I'm so glad they picked up from there, because it was a cool bird's eye view visual, because this time it was from behind them drifting down. And Gordon saying, been a long time, whole lot of rumors. Do you think it was Gordon's way of letting Dick know that he knows there's something up?
Yeah.
Okay.
That was the communication between the two of them, him saying, it's like how with...
Different but familiar, and that whole bit that is going on after they left. That kid, I've seen him somewhere before, plus the comments about the height difference. All the things I really liked about this police sequence was because they aren't painting them as stupid.
Right.
They're good police officers that are noticing the clues.
Right. But, and it's funny because Gordon is still keeping up the mythos. He knows that they have to let Batman still be alive. Mm-hmm. He knows that we can't say this is a new Batman. This is the Batman. And Gordon knows. And
I do think he held back more on his comments with his fellow police officer.
Big time.
Because I think he has an idea who's under the cowl.
It's
Nightwing.
Yeah, he knows it's Nightwing. Mm-hmm. It's my guess he knows it's Nightwing.
I'm thinking
that's
so,
the
too, because he's had enough interactions with Nightwing.
Yeah.
I love the way, and it quietly does a fantastic job with the visuals when they come down the stairwell. They're coming down the stairwell on the grappling hooks, and I love the way Damian does it in his own style, but looks just as confident as Dick. It does show that this kid's had training before, and I think that's part of the problem with their relationship right now is this kid already thinks he's a know-it-all. He knows everything.
Yeah, he thinks his stuff doesn't stink,
and there's nothing for him to learn.
Yeah.
The combat sequence with the circus was particularly a visual treat for me, because I got to say the colorist is really nailing the different tones. Were those Siamese triplets that Damian was fighting? Is that what you took there?
I think so.
Okay. I loved the smash written into the wall.
Yeah. Now, one thing is, were they Siamese triplets, or were they three people that they meshed together? And they were fighting that way. I don't know. Yeah, I think that was three people that were three separate people who Pig said, "Hey, you'll be better if you're 3 in 1."
Oh, you're saying Pig altered them?
Yeah, I'm saying Pig. I'm saying Pig altered, not
I wouldn't be
biologically born triplets.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I would hate to see what happened to the poor woman that they came out.
Gave birth to. Yeah. She's a trooper.
Yeah. Amen. If she's still with us.
Yeah. That'd be a tough one.
Yeah. I don't know if a C-section is going to work for that either. Yeah. I love the smash written on the wall when Damian's body causes the cracks. It was written in the cracks.
Yeah.
That was a cool visual styling. It worked the same way that Boom did in the previous issue. Anyway. Not only was the combat cool, but it showed that Damian is not a team player. Sure, he is combat trained by his upbringing, but he doesn't know team tactics. He leaves Dick and doesn't listen, which shows that he doesn't respect him yet. I am glad they didn't just have instant respect. I am glad Dick isn't, comfortable with that role. Both books are exploring it differently. This book focuses on the relationship between Dick and Damian so far, with some internal exploration of Dick as a result of that. While Batman focuses on Dick's internal struggle with Damian being more in the background. It's more of Dick on a personal level and his relationship with Alfred, and Damian's a little bit more in the background where it's in the foreground in this book, if it makes sense. Both books explore both, but the focus is different. I like the different focuses because it gives a unique feel to both books and gives me a much larger picture on what's going on here. And then there's Streets of Gotham, which is also doing the Gotham level. I like this. It is also selling me a very heavy Bruce Wayne fan on the fact that I'm loving Dick Grayson as Batman. The Damian visual of Hut with the 2 batarangs thrown out was very cool. It was just a sharp look and pose. I was glad to see the basic gist of this is that he was captured for not following up on the teamwork. And this puts Dick in a position right now where he's got to figure out, what do I do at this stage? Because the current plan, the upgrades, and even Gordon, what upgrade? The upgrades are not apparent here. Where are these upgrades? So that was interesting how that was in the beginning and it appears in the end, and it's almost like a backhanded comment at that point. I liked the reality of that. Now, you and I talked about Batman and Robin issue 1. I'm loving this. I'm loving the writing. I'm loving the art. But you said that you've kind of put your hand on why Batman and Robin, the title that book, is not working for you as well. I thought it was interesting to tell our differences here because
it's a. I don't want to say that it's not working for me. I am enjoying reading it, but I wasn't as excited as I was about Batman.
Okay.
Or about the Gotham Siren. And I couldn't put my finger on what it was because the Gotham Streets of Gotham and the Sirens.
Okay.
Those things. I'm
Red Robin stuff.
Yeah, Red Robin, all the other stuff that is out there. And there was this one title. I'm like, I'm reading it. I like the concept they're talking about. How it is. They're both uncomfortable. You got Damian, the loose cannon. You got Dick's kind of getting comfortable, getting with the groove. Talk about Gordon and how the cops are seeing the differences, but Gordon's protecting it. All these things. I'm like, yeah, these are really cool. I just couldn't put my finger on it, and I finally did. It is the artwork. Now, I'm not saying artwork's bad. I love his artwork. The All-Star Superman was absolutely beautiful, and there's no way other art style I would have wanted that book in. Mm-hmm. But the whole thing is how he draws Batman. This Batman has more of a humanistic quality. There's a little bit of frumpy. I see frumpiness, for lack of a better term, in the costume. Like, kind of like how it's not actually tailor-made for, Dick Grayson. Whereas you can obviously tell it is. He changes around the gloves. He's changed a little around the logo. There's a couple of the belts are a little bit different. And I see these things. I'm like, yeah, that's kind of cool. But there's always just something about it where he looks to me like a man inside the costume. He doesn't have that supernatural, that Batman Dark Knight quality to him. If you look at like the way he appeared in Batman, for example, the costume's got that very sleek look, that very powerful look. Same thing with that the Booster Gold appearance that Dick had in the costume in that series. He had that same look to him, that he looked like he was Batman. And
there is a definite different art direction in those books, and I agree with you on that. I actually quite like it, and I agree. I can't argue with what you're saying. There is a definite different art style and different art approach. See, to me, I'm speculating here. A lot of this, Morrison, I know, is big on art partnerships and in using art as a metaphor for things that he's trying to show, like Dick Grayson growing into the role, the fact that he's not quite so comfortable with the role yet. And I'm speculating here, so I'm not saying this is the case. But I'm wondering if maybe some of what you're seeing isn't deliberate.
And that could be.
In the sense to show that he's not quite... Because we are clearly seeing that he does not feel like he's Batman.
Yeah.
Which I like that right now. That, to me, is one of the reasons why I'm loving Dick Grayson as Batman. Particularly when we take a look at Batman 688, and we'll talk about this really quick. Two-Face starts recognizing that it isn't Bruce and, turns him out of the Penguin. But Dick has the best bit in 688 for me was Dick and Alfred, the frustration over the cape and cowl. Yeah. The cowl, visually, something that we see in the films. Visually, he has blind spots, and it's bothering him. The cape itself is weighing him down. And Alfred talks about, it's funny how Alfred calms him down and even talks to him like, I'm having a very different conversation with you than I would be having with Bruce. You're a different Batman. But yet, my role is the same here. I'm here to help you. We can still have a fabric that can protect you and be used for protection purposes. The cape is functional. I like how that concept is saying, there are purposes for the cape, Alfred's basically telling him. But we can look at lighter fabrics. We can look at kind of like what was explored in, Batman Begins with the Nomek, the survival suit, and then the lighter memory cloth to be used. It was interesting to see how Alfred's basically saying to him, we can explore other fabrics and see if we can get the same type of protection from this, but yet you're a very different Batman. You're more acrobatic. Your fighting style's different, and so we need to change things to compensate for that. So I like that it's a growth concept, that we got to figure out what this costume needs to be like for this Batman and that we're not done yet. I like that better than saying off camera, all of a sudden he became the perfect Batman. So I guess that's why I'm kind of saying what you're saying you're seeing in the art in Batman and Robin is kind of working for me because that's what I'm seeing in the character. And I'm not saying you're wrong for feeling the way you are. And so it's not. It's more so if I'm presenting my perspective as opposed to. I'm making all kinds of new words on this episode. Appused. Yes. Yeah. I'm appused to you. It is interesting to me that we have two very different perspectives, and that's why I wanted to revisit this on this episode because you were saying that I can't quite put my finger on it yet, and I thought it was interesting when we left this room. As we're walking out, you're like, I think I know what it is. And you actually went back and reread the first issue, and I know you read the second issue a couple of times. And you said to me, this is definitely what it is, and I'd love to talk about it.
Yeah, and it's not and when I say art, I'm not saying, how the book is drawn, inked, or colored. It's just
the character
physical
itself?
Character of Batman.
So the backgrounds, everything else you're finding visually pleasing?
Damian, I'm loving it. It's just...
Yeah, Damian looked really cool, especially that hunt sequence. Yeah.
Those fight sequences when you're talking about,
So it's the actual character of Batman. You're liking that presentation.
It's just, and it could very easily be, the whole, it's a symbolic of him growing into the thing, and maybe in a couple issues
I'm speculating there.
Yeah.
It fits, to me right now, I'm enjoying it because it fits where this character is at, but I don't know.
And it's even something that I will tell you right now, it's not anything where I'm saying, oh, this is ruining it for me. No, I'm enjoying reading it. And there was something that wasn't clicking that was causing me to not be so excited about it. Once I was able to identify what it is, I was actually able to get into the thing more and get into the story and what's going on in the story. Now, I do still kind of do not like the hovering Batmobile. You know, it's just something I would have rather seen that come down the line a couple issues from now, actually showing, you know, them start off with using the bat planes and using what Bruce did, and then say, no, we're going to modify it, and see the modification happen later. Granted,
remember they did say, no, hold on. Remember they did say that this was something that Bruce was working on.
That he could never...
And Damian, so it wasn't something that, bam, they just created out of the blue. This is something that Bruce had worked on, because Alfred cleared that up in that issue, and that's why it worked for me. I actually, if they did what you're saying right there, I wouldn't be happy with it either. Why it worked for me is because this was an invention that Bruce had worked on previously. There was a part of it that he couldn't perfect that Damian was able to.
Right.
So there was a prototype in place versus, at least that's the way, maybe you read it differently than I did. I read that Damian perfected the prototype that Bruce already had, because we've seen that Batcave loaded with vehicles.
Yeah, and I agree with exactly how you read it. That's how I read it as well. But I still would have rather have seen just, you know, a couple issues showing it, even, you know, because that was a lot of off-camera work where they did explain what happened, but I still would have rather seen some on-camera work with them dealing with Bruce's technology and going, there's got to be a better way. And that would be the first time, like, Damian would say, here's what we got. Here's the better way. And it would be kind of like an interaction between Batman and Robin, where Batman would accept that Robin did add something to the thing. You know, and that's the only reason, that's my only hesitation against the hovercraft Batmobile.
Okay. I love it.
Yeah.
I mean, just for me, it was one of those things, bam, out of the starting gate. I liked, what it did for me was it immediately set that this was a new Batman and Robin. And I liked the feel for that. It was fresh, it was exciting, and this new Gotham is completely working for me. And I'm speaking for myself, and it's not to dispute you, it's just kind of, this is where we're at right now. What worked for me on this one is that it's a brand new, fresh Gotham right now that is interesting and fun to follow. As a Bruce Wayne fan, I think that's where, remember, when we were talking about this initially, what do we ideally want? I said, ideally, I want Bruce Wayne back as soon as possible. And I'm in a different place right now.
Yeah.
It really, and it was funny, it was by the time Batman 688, I read Batman and Robin #2, 688 came out, that whole sequence of events exploring the cape and the cowl, it was funny how tiny little details like that, Two-Face figuring it out, that it's not the original Batman under the cowl.
He may even know that it's Nightwing. He may know that it's Nightwing.
Possibly, because of his interactions with him as well. I like that distinction there. And I'm looking for this to be a journey for where everyone's going to identify him as Batman.
Yeah.
He's going to tell him, I am Batman. And we're going to see that. And I think that's going to be the payoff of this journey. And I'm glued. I want to see what's going on with Bruce. But that doesn't mean I want to see Bruce back. It was funny, DeWitt and I had a talk over this, and I clarified with him, and I would like to clarify it on the show. I'm saying I want to know what's going on with Bruce in a different place, wherever he's at right now. What does that look like? I want to see that journey back, and that journey can be as long as it needs to be. And I don't know that I necessarily need to see that next month. What I mean is, I'm curious as a Bruce fan, and that's where the twist is right now. I'm not chomping at the bit to see Bruce back in the role. Yeah. Eventually I want to see it, because I think we're going to see a very well established from this storyline, new Gotham, that it's going to be fun to see Bruce Wayne eventually try to fit his way back into. Mm-hmm. And it's going to make for some new and interesting Bruce Wayne storytelling when the time is right. Yeah. Right now, though, this is Dick's story, and I like this. And that doesn't mean that we can't have a Bruce story running concurrently elsewhere. I want that as well, whenever they decide to start it. I'm on for the ride. I think they've. Are you sold on this? Do you like this?
Yes, I do like this. And the negative comments or hesitation I may have, it's not taken away from the fact that I am enjoying what I'm reading.
Okay.
And I'm reading these things multiple times through for the enjoyment of it.
Well, actually,
but it's not, when I look at stuff, I think maybe, this way or maybe like this. So I'm getting myself into the character, into what's going on. How would I do it if I was different? If that was me, how would I approach this?
I thought your criticism of the artwork in Batman and Robin was pretty fair, though, because you actually really analyzed it and pinned it down to something specific versus saying, "Well, it's all crap."
Yeah,
I honestly have no problem with criticism. It's, to me, there was some substance to it in the sense that you narrowed it down to this particular character. I'm not enjoying the way it's drawn, but I'm finding other things really enjoyable. That's fair criticism of artwork. I got no problem with that.
And regarding Dick Grayson as Batman, I actually want to see him in the Justice League. I want to see him hanging out with Superman and Wonder Woman, and seeing if people treat him.
Don't you think we will?
I'd love to see it. I don't know if we will or not, or eventually. You know, I'd like to see him back with the Titans as Batman and have them look.
You think there'll be a wasted opportunity? Well, like to not put him in the Justice League?
I think it would be wasted. Now, here's the thing: Dick Grayson brings something different than what Bruce Wayne brought.
That's why I'd like to see that. That's what I'm saying. It's a wasted opportunity. I don't.
Yeah.
They have to do it.
I'm hoping they bring him into that.
Yeah, there's got to be somebody who's. But it's. Don't you feel it's too soon for that?
Oh, right now, definitely way too soon.
Yeah,
I'm talking. 9, 10, 12 months from now. Mm-hmm. After
or 6.
What?
Or 6.
Or 6 months. Okay. I'm thinking long term.
I'm thinking maybe after Cry for Justice.
After Cry for Justice, you think?
Mm-hmm. Maybe
it's
time for a new team.
It could be. Mm-hmm. He definitely would be very interesting to add on to the team. I don't know.
There's certain people who are going to know right away who he is.
Well, almost anybody who's had any lengthy dealings with.
If you read Cry for Justice, which I want to talk about, if we don't talk, we're not going to be able to talk about it, I don't think, on this show, but the back of it, please do yourself a favor. If you read Cry for Justice, please read what Robinson's doing in the back. Because to me, I love Cry for Justice. I've seen some weird criticisms for it, and I should say weird criticism, that's not fair, but everyone's entitled to their own opinion on a book. But to me, I really loved what was going on in the main issue, but what even sold me even more, Robinson's going to be doing this every issue. He's writing these really cool articles in the back, kind of explaining how he sees the Justice League, what he's trying to do here. I really like where he's heading with this. There have been hints I've seen on the net that there might be a couple former Titans in his Justice League when the time comes. Now, a couple former Titans. Well, Batman is a former Titan.
Yeah.
Love to see maybe Red Arrow or your Cyborg or Starfire or, there's some opportunities there. I mentioned Batman and Starfire on the same
team. That'd be interesting.
Mm-hmm. So it's interesting. I don't know. See there's a lot of players from Titans that I think the original Titans that could step up. So I don't know. Or, which Teen Titans group could it be? I don't know. I'm curious to see what happens here. This, right now, they're playing with some things that are fresh and new, and that always makes things, for those that are fans of the classic characters like Bruce Wayne and Clark Kent, things like that, anytime they do explorations like this, it makes it cooler when they come back, because they're coming back to a world that's changed, and it's always fun to see how they adapt and change along with it. Because are all the changes good? Maybe, maybe not. Yeah. Maybe they all are, and they've got to change their MO to fit into it. Throughout history, these characters they've had staying power because they have changed and adapted. So it'll be fun to see. Will Bruce readopt the mantle or not? I don't know. That's an interesting question mark as well. I know that there is a story there that's already in place that they're ready to tell. I'm assuming eventually this is going to lead to Bruce coming back into the cape and cowl. I think that's a pretty safe assumption because he's an iconic legacy character that, I think it's going to come to that point. But I think that there is a plan of a long-term story that is going to lead to that in a way that would make sense for both Dick Grayson and Bruce Wayne, in a way that will make both of them far more interesting characters. And that's what I'm patient. I want to see them play it out. Good writers know what they're going to do. They got me right now. I'm happy. Yeah. I'm Batman happy. The same way I am Superman happy, Wonder Woman happy. I think, these long-term stories that they've got in place, keep these creators on for a long time on these books. Give them a chance. Yeah. Booster Gold's got a long-term plan. Talk about Green Arrow, Black Canary. There's things going on there in that book. We'll have to talk about that next week. I know you've got some notes on that. Real quick, I want to give a shout-out to Vigilante number 7. I've been waiting for a couple weeks on this, and I'm just going to do it really quick. I love, love, love this book. It's the race to a new identity. Did he kill his wife or cause her death somehow? Was it something? I don't know. There's that mystery there, and it's something in that issue that clicked with me. I'm like, ooh, wow. His mystery, when we talked about Jeanette in Secret 6 on this episode, Vigilante's offering me a similar type of thing that I'm liking with the mystery of the unfolding of this character. Wolfman's doing a great job. Artwork's really great. It's a fun, gritty book. Tobias Whale, knowing who he is, you know,
it's dangerous.
It is. It's like every issue, the need to change his identity is secret identity, which that's the twist. It's not changing the identity of being Vigilante. It's changing the face of the man who's underneath, because in order to operate the way he does, it's funny how Vigilante is kind of his face right now. Like, that's who he is. But when he takes off the mask, he uses that person to infiltrate. Having that face be known by the FBI and now Tobias Whale and you know, obviously the greater villain community is putting the way he operates in serious jeopardy. I like the twist. It's kind of a backwards type of thing. Like, if people know who you are under the mask, it's usually a bad thing because you can't do anything about it. In this case, he has to do something about it in order to keep Vigilante safe. Love the twist.
Yeah, it's a nice. It's yeah. I was drawn into the guy, you know, just through the Titans, you know, through the the Death Trap crossover story arc, and as we're getting more, I'm reading it, and it's one of those things where I'm like, yeah, okay, yeah, he is slowly rising up on the stack. I didn't know how I'd feel after Death Trap, but it's, as you said, there's this mystery as to who he is, what he did, what's going to happen next. It's not just about him taking down the bad guys. There is some inner development going on.
It's funny, I want to talk next week about Rebels and JSA versus Cobra. 2 books that I haven't had a chance to talk about. And it's funny, the most recent issue of Rebels I really want to talk about, because I'm starting to really get into this, which we talked last week. I remember you said that you were we talked off the show. You're not. Did you read the most recent issue, the Star?
I haven't had a chance to yet.
Okay. Please read that between now and our next episode. And I'd like to talk Speeding Bullet style about Rebels a little bit, because this recent issue, I don't know what it was. There was something that clicked with me on that one that I'm really... I think I'm getting the picture, what happens in this issue without spoiling anything. I'm getting this picture of a larger team that he's creating. And now that the team's starting to come together, I'm into it. Because it takes things that have happened in each of the issues, and you're like, oh, this is what they're doing. This is the issue that, like, it all comes together, and you're like, these little battles all meant something. And it makes this quirky group that has to be together via convenience all make a little bit more sense. I'd like to talk a little bit more about Rebels next week, because I'm really getting into it now. So this is an issue, I think, for people. Maybe if you've been sticking around with Rebels and maybe you haven't read that most recent issue, it's one to check out, because it was good.
Green Lantern, let you and I destroy that space junk.
Jim, this next segment, you and I have been having a little bit of technical difficulties on our end with a hard drive issue and some software updates, trying to get the machine back to where we're comfortable and confident in it. So you and I did a Skype recording, which is on here right now, which was supposed to be a 15-minute Skype recording. It actually works out well, because I'm going on a vacation, and we've got to get ready for our next episode, which is going to have Blackest Night as a major focal point. Final Crisis Aftermath Run is going to be a big focal point on that one as well, along with more Speeding Bullets. We're going to keep doing these over the next couple weeks until we're ready for our conversation with Super Mandy when she returns on for tomorrow. But Blackest Night, obviously we're going to follow every issue the way we did Final Crisis and really dig in deep to Blackest Night.
Yeah, we're going to get dirty.
We're going to start with the prologue, Speeding Bullet style, and then go into cover to cover the main issue, just like we did with Final. We're going to dissect that baby.
Yeah.
And then the Tales of the Black Lantern issue, Black Lanterns
Tale of the Green Lantern, Black Lantern Corps, or whatever.
Yeah. There's 2 issues that are coming out next week that I'd like to discuss. This discussion, though, is Vertigo-based, and I really meant for it to be a quick 15-minute thing, but we got into an hour-long discussion, which is great because we don't always do a whole lot of Vertigo on the show, and I thought there were books that we're both enjoying and wanted to chat about. So hope you guys all enjoy this discussion, and here it is. Tell you something I'm reading right now. Okay. What about Young Liars? I'm rereading the whole series. You and I had an interesting chat about this. There's so much going on in that series, and there's a lot of it where I'm loving it, because the whole premise is it's this boy Danny and this girl that Sadie that he's been in love with. And an interesting thing happens that Sadie gets shot in the head and all of a sudden becomes Danny becomes kind of the puppet master to this servant. And we find out later that reasons why Danny's got this intense guilt over the whole situation because he's the one that shot her. Now, which I totally take as Well, I don't know, though. Do you take it that Danny shot her accidentally, or was it because Danny was so far gone at that point that he let the bullet fly? I couldn't tell, because it did. You don't see it on camera. It could actually could be read both ways. That Danny was just so out of control and was lashing out at that point that he didn't mean to shoot her. It just the gun went off by accident. But it also could be that. Danny's not all there all the time, so I wouldn't be entirely shocked to find out Danny really did do it, because she was being rather mean.
Well, she was being rather honest that he's a loser,
Right.
And I was laughing my ass off when I was reading him, going, man, because she just opened up on him, and everything that I could see was going to happen actually happened, and then it was just. A predictability. I don't want to say a predictability, but it played out so nicely, so that it wasn't like a sudden shock that, he shot her. When they started talking about the bullet and all that, I had this notion in my head that somehow this idiot did it. And as things are progressing, you see that, and it was a story flow through, and everything was just going great now, completely understanding. Then they just do that whole twist out of left turn with the spiders from outer space, and that's where I'm like, what the heck is going on here?
Well, they do explain that. Actually, that was one of the reasons why I reread, because I kind of wanted to go back through, and that's going on in Sadie's head. That's her perception of what's going on around her, because it's apparent that as a child, multiple times, Dad's had multiple wives, and Sadie's sort of become the surrogate wife to her father because Dad's off his rocker. So Sadie's kind of become the surrogate wife to Dad to, handle the wifely duties when he doesn't have a stepmom in place.
Yeah, that also became very obvious, and then I was like, oh, that's kind of sick and creepy. And then
so this spider aliens thing is kind of her way. She's from these people, these spider aliens, and I think this is part of the bullet talking in her head as well. She sees her mom as being this almost like this giant whore who just has babies, a baby factory.
Yeah.
As a spider, and that Dad was trying to impregnate her for the purpose of them building an army to invade. But Dad is a very powerful man. For all of his twisted nature, he's a very rich man and a very powerful man. And it was Sadie's brother who supposedly did he kill the stepmom or kill Mom? Supposedly.
Yeah, I think it was killed Mom.
Yeah.
I think it was the stepbrother that started the whole this whole thing.
Right. So I'm in issue 9 right now in my reread, and I'm really enjoying the ride again. And I guess one of the reasons why I think it's so relevant, you talked about how Danny has his quirks that make him, you're kind of like, oh, Jesus, this guy's a moron. But yet there is a good side to Danny. There's a part where you can ride on and you can actually feel like Danny is actually a good guy, because he's trying to man up and he's trying to make things right with Sadie. He's trying to correct his mistakes. He's not going because of who he is and all that, he's not necessarily doing it in the best possible way. You get the idea that things just don't work out for this guy. But I do like that he's recognized, like, I screwed up here. I know she will hate me. Which for him to, like, he's kind of got what he wants right now, or what he thought he wanted, in the sense that she is adoring him, she worships him, she sees him as Danny Duoshade, this guy that came and rescued her from the spider aliens, right. Which is such a twisted thing. But he's recognizing that this is not really what he wanted, and not in this way. He actually wanted Sadie to really love him, not to be forced to love him because she's got a bullet lodged in her brain. It is interesting, though, that this one moment when Sadie goes into a coma, she comes back for a very brief period, and it almost reinvigorates Danny that his life's goal right now, because Danny's ready to kill himself.
Yeah.
And actually, I got to be honest with you, there's a couple of reasons where I can see why.
Now, that actually did happen to him, correct?
Yes. Oh, yeah.
Okay, I was,
He lost Mr. Johnson.
Yes, he lost his friend. And yeah, you feel bad for the guy on that one, because some of the more current issues show him, active, and I'm like, what's going on with this? When they're kind of playing out the what ifs or the imagination, it's like an alternate storyline inside the alternate universe inside this alternate universe.
There are issues we see from inside the head of Sadie, from inside the head of Danny, and then there's the one issue we actually see inside the head of, like, Annie X, for example.
Yeah.
And then the bit with Cece, who's sort of the best friend. But see, that's it. When you were talking about, like, Sadie, it's very important to point out that Sadie, before this all happened, Sadie's not a nice person. Sadie is kind of a snobby little bee. And her friend Cece has the same little problem. So, and that's why those two seem to be friends beforehand. But they're kind of like the mean girls, in the sense that they're kind of like the snobby rich girls who they don't fit into this quirky little group that's been kind of crafted. And then is his name Runyon? Is that the guy I'm thinking of? The guy who lost his head.
Yeah.
That was like a bit. He turned them in to Dad for the reward, and loses his head for doing it.
Yeah. Well, hey, you ratted him out.
That's right.
That's the fate of the rat. That's the fate of a rat.
But he didn't lose his head from Danny and them. He lost his head from Dad's own people. Sadie's dad's own people who were hunting her down. And I'm getting, as I'm rereading again, I'm realizing that part of the problem is that Dad's not the power man anymore in his company. And then that whole twist comes on. It's really sad that this series is being cut short. And, I'm interested. One of the reasons why I'm rereading it is I want to have it fresh in my head to read the whole wrap-up of this whole thing. I did the same thing with Vinyl Underground, which is a series you and I were both enjoying as well. And I do recommend to people, this is another one that if you missed reading this, pick up the trades, because it's really a great series. It's well worth reading, even though I think a lot of times, I don't know about you, in the past myself, if a series was being canceled, I wouldn't pick it up because I'm like, well, okay, I'm not going to follow the continuing adventures.
Yeah, what's the point if they're going to end it? But this one, there's some parts that are really super freaky. They get a little bit weird and a little bit bizarre. But you're talking about just a reread. This is one where if you read it, you go back through, you read a couple together, and you get a whole different image, and you see a different story out of it. And I kind of like that it's not the same read-through twice. It
explores the difference between lust and love, a lot of issues of morality. The one guy who's in the story is a transvestite.
Yeah,
Donnie. But yet Donnie seems to be, out of all the people that are there, Donnie seems to be the one person who's just genuinely himself.
Oh, yeah.
No, you know what I mean? Like, Donnie is, like, the most consistently comfortable with who he is. Like, Annie X has her issues, and her anorexia comes from the fact that she's having trouble dealing with who she is. But Donnie seems, like, totally comfortable and solid overall with who he is. It's funny that he seems to be the most stable out of the batch.
Well, he is a junkie.
Yeah.
he does have his his addiction.
Except later, he seems to clean up a little bit as it goes on.
Yeah, but it's still there. It's always there.
Oh yeah, well you know what, and honestly, it's a very good point. Whenever the person's a junkie, that's something you live with for your entire life. You clean yourself up and all that, but that's still there. And you're right that you can't make light of the plight of somebody who's actually kind of crossed that path. It's a really cool series that I'm very sad is ending.
Well, they're doing a good representation of the junkie mindset, the junkie spirit. It's whether depending on whatever your addiction is. If you have the addiction, it's a tough thing. It's one of those things where I don't want to even say it's a tough thing to beat, because that even kind of makes light of it. But it is, and you really see it in this guy where he'll go a period where he'll be clean and sober and he'll slip. And there's a couple other later issues where he really slips, and you're just like, "Oh, is he still alive?" So I really like his representation, the way they do what they do with him.
Yeah, it is, and then Annie X being the star to be that. It actually is very today because we do see a lot of stars that are getting to the point where, honestly, when they first kicked into gear, they were very beautiful and seemed healthy as far as physically. But this anorexia thing that seems to become very popular now. And some of it is that people have become vegetarians, and that's the reason for weight loss. But others is, they just, because of the Hollywood mentality and the model mentality and all that, they, in her case, she doesn't look remotely healthy physically.
Yeah. Yeah, that is something that always just annoys me, and it's like you got to have a little meat on the bones. You got to, there's got to be a little bit something there. This waif bone thin type, where I can count the number of ribs you have is just not a good look. And
no, and there is a difference between somebody who's like a vegetarian and they're naturally thin a healthy way. Yeah. They don't look like they're dying. I guess that's the difference between. It's Annie X is the equivalent of somebody who looks like they could be a zombie in a Michael Jackson video. Might as well throw that out there. She would look well in Thriller.
Oh, she would have. Hey, she would have not needed any makeup or anything.
No.
Boom, good to go, done. And
honestly, she would have made the other zombies look bad.
Yeah.
But I like that. And then Cece, the issue of Cece's pregnancy.
Yeah.
And that creeps up. Was it Danny or was it the little midget dude? And that whole crisis that she goes through. And Danny does the typical, I made a mistake sleeping with this girl and I don't want my girlfriend to know bit. That he was really, talk about being a jerk when he found out. He was totally unsympathetic at first until she called him on it, and I really liked that.
Yeah.
And she called that on him by saying, "Don't worry, it might not even be yours."
Yeah, he is just, I don't know, I really dislike this guy. When I mean dislike, I'm not talking bad character. He's a great character. If I personally knew this guy, I would beat the living heck out of him. Just, he's one of those dudes that you just really just want to start pounding. And there's been a couple times when I've really liked, we talk about, Cece's a big C, and he even throws that out at her. And yeah, she is, but still, I don't know. I like her as a person, her more than him, because she's laying it out there. Yeah, she is a little bit of a, and she knows it, and she's doing it up front, where he's doing a little bit of a sneaky peek, on the side. He's making it look like he's caring about her and he's trying to take care of Sadie, but he's really taking care of his needs, his desires, his wants, and that's something that keeps playing out up until current issues.
And I agree with you. I think he's a very selfish person, but I will say one of the things that I do like about him is I do think at the stage we're talking about in the series, he has realized that he has been manipulating and abusing Sadie's situation. And he wants to correct it, knowing that the cost will be she will hate him forever. In his mind. He's convinced that it's done. She will hate me forever for this. But he's recognizing that her running around thinking spider aliens are chasing them is not a good thing. We need to correct this. This isn't the girl that I really wanted. Yeah. But again, that kind of goes back to what you're saying. There is a selfish element there too, because she's not the girl that he wanted. He wants to correct the situation. Would he be doing that if it was the Sadie that he wanted? Because he calls her superhero Sadie. And I gotta say, there were some laugh out loud bits with superhero Sadie where they're all about to die, and she comes bursting through, and she'll do flat out karate and kung fu moves and things like that to deal with the situation. But then she'll do stuff straight out of Three Stooges or things like that. It's not a rip off of that, but it's that type of humor where she's pulling one-liners and gags on these people just because she finds it funny.
Well, her main strength is the fact that she doesn't know what she can't do, and it's the whole power of the human mind. If
she
you
doesn't
had no
care.
Fear, if you had no fear, if you had no, what's a hesitation? If you thought, I could, no problem, run across this rope, this tight rope, then do a double, triple flip and a karate kick at the end. Okay, I can do that, no problem. Boom, and she does it. And it's it's your mind that says no, you can't do this. You're not trained to do this. You don't know what you're talking about. She doesn't have that hesitation.
But her twist to that, I totally 100% agree with you, but here's the little twist with her. Yeah, you've got an excellent point there but even if any of us went and told her, Sadie, you can't do this, and gave her proof that she couldn't do it, she doesn't care. Right. She'd do it anyway, unless Danny told her she couldn't do it.
Yeah.
And then it's only because she's a drone to Danny. Well, if Danny says so, then that must be so, and I can't do it. But otherwise, she would just do it anyway. The bit on the ship where she wanted to go skiing.
Yeah.
So on this big cruise ship, she all of a sudden she's got this huge rope that she's asking, where can I get a rope this long? And she's skiing in the back and then falls off the skis, and somehow miraculously later she's on the boat. That stuff is it's a very deep, rich story with character drama, and each of these characters have faults. And you see flashbacks to Sadie and Danny, and you see why he's the tool that he is. But that's what I like about it is these characters do feel very human, like you would know them.
Yeah.
And I agree with you, like Danny's not very likable, but yet you couldn't take him out of the book because in many ways, I think the reasons why I like characters like Donnie, for example, is because compared to Danny, I feel like Donnie's actually a really good guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a junkie and all that, but he's a good guy underneath all that.
Yeah, he's got the big heart, going on, and sometimes it can get him into trouble. Mm-hmm. And he's one of those passionate type of peoples, and it's something that I feel bad for the guy. I legitimately feel bad for him. And it's not even just the fact that he's a junkie or he's got other issues with family and whatnot. There's just something about this guy that I want to have him win. I want to have him succeed and come out on top. And I don't think he's going to. I don't think this is going to end well for any of them, to be honest. I think this is going to be a clean sweep of everybody's life falls apart.
Well, the interesting part was, though, and I don't know if I agree with you on that. I'm wondering if somehow they come together and together they become something more. They find something in each other. Because if you take a look at Annie X, she was willing to sell them all out. Sometimes, like you said, just to be a bee, but also for the financial aspect of it. She had her own reasons. Runyon was willing to sell them all out because he wanted to go after the painting.
Yeah.
And, it was all about, like, geez, I can get this painting and I can have all this money and do all that. So he had those motivations going for him. It is interesting, though, that, like, Annie X grows during all this and changes. And it's this anorexic person who starts seeing the need that, well, all right, I kind of need to – you're talking about getting meat on your bones. She kind of realizes I do need to get a little healthier and do that. And then Donnie starts having some of those revelations too. And for both, the problem is, like you're saying, they're in many ways sicknesses. Well, I mean, Donnie for sure, and hers is as well, I think.
Oh, yeah.
And they're things that they're probably always going to be faced with. It is funny because I can't pretend that I'm an expert on them because I haven't gone through it myself, and I think you almost have to understand that.
Yeah, you can read every book that books and study up on the stuff. If you haven't experienced it, it's something that there's that final piece of the puzzle that you'll never truly understand. You can hear someone say, "Oh yeah, it's about this, about that," but there's that one little piece that connects everything together that only those who've gone through it will understand. It's part of it. Like with the addict mentality, there's people say, "Well, if you're addicted to booze or if you're addicted to drugs, why don't you just stop doing it? It's easy, there, done." Like, no, that's the final little piece that the addict doesn't have. It's that one little part of it. You say, simple answer, oh yeah, stay away from the people who you buy drugs from. No, it's not a simple answer. There's just that one little bit that if you're not an addict, if you've never gone through this, you'll never be able to truly understand. Even the family members, because that's, if you're a complacent, if you're, can't even think of the other, the term,
complacent.
Yeah.
And just kind of happy to kind of drift through life. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, that kind of. And the person who goes along with it.
Or just kind of along. You mean just kind of along for the ride without even putting up a fight or anything?
Yeah, well, the person who helps it along as well.
The enabler.
Thank you, enabler. I couldn't think of the word. Even those people who are directly connected to it and they're seeing it, they still miss the one piece.
And you're right. Part of this crew's problem is some of them do act as enablers to the others. Yeah,
big time.
Because it's to their own self. It is funny how I think one of the morals of this story is the fact that these people are at their strongest when they're not selfish and self-centered, looking out for self-interest. They're thinking of each other. But when they start thinking of themselves, it's when they become these enablers. It's when they head down these addictions, when they head down these paths. So I do think there is a really cool moral message about, hey, when you're with a group of friends, you've got to sit there and what makes a good friend, what the difference between a good, strong friendship and a horrible, abusive friendship is whether or not your self-interest is overriding the needs and the goodwill and the happiness and well-being of the people that you're with. And it is an interesting study in this. This is one of those books, Jim, that when we talked about Vinyl Underground, we were both very sad that was coming to an end. This is another one of those books because sometimes, when a series comes to an end, if it's had a nice long run and the writer has a chance to kind of wrap things up nicely, with new series being released all the time, I'm kind of like, well, this is good for my budget. I'm really enjoyed this. I'm glad I had this read. It'll be nice to read the new series. And a lot of times that creative team will launch off into a new book. This one, I'm not ready for this to end because it just hasn't had the kind of run that I wanted it to have because I'm really getting into these characters. And you're right, there are things about some of them that makes them completely unlikable, but it's good storytelling. Great storytelling. This is one of the better Vertigo series out, and I'm really sad that this one's ending. So I encourage people, though, because there's certainly enough leeway to the end of it that I'm sure David Lapham is going to wrap this up nicely.
Oh, definitely. I think he probably didn't want it to end this soon.
No.
Probably wanted a longer run, but I think they're giving him enough of a cushion that he's going to go out the way he wants to go out. Mm-hmm. It's not one of those things where 1 month it's there, next month it's gone. Boom. There's going to be a definitive ending on this thing.
And he's known for the wonderful creator-owned series Stray Bullets.
Yeah.
So it's definitely, if you haven't picked up Young Liars, do yourself a favor and check this one out because it's really a good read. And in a couple trades, you can kind of really enjoy the story.
It's a traded series. I'm pretty sure all of it has been traded. And
at least so far.
Yeah, and to be honest, that's a great way to read it because you get them all together. Because this is one where it's one issue. Reading one issue will not give you the full picture of the story. Reading one issue may confuse you. It may make you say, this is just too weird for my taste. No, thank you. But you read the whole issue, read the whole story arc, you see exactly what was going on. You're like, oh, okay, yeah. Oh, then you go back and you read. It's the rereading is it's one of those things where it's a crucial thing, but it's not like a crucial as in it's a chore to do it. It's a crucial thing because you get so much more out of it the second read through, the third read through. When you start actually, as you read the current issue, you go back and like, oh, okay, yeah, see, there's groundwork being laid. There's different overlappings and callbacks to stuff that were previously and earlier done if you kind of read between the lines. So
what's another great Vertigo series, Jim, that I'm having that same thing with? Air.
Yeah.
I love Air. Air is a great series. So this isn't a knock on it, but Air is a series that every so often, after another 3 or 4 issues come out, I need to completely reread it.
Yes.
To kind of – because there's so many things that are happening behind the scenes, and you find out that there was clues explaining that this is happening, and there's that whole other world that, there's that hidden country that's in Air. It's a great series. I love the art. I love the story. It's not a knock on it by any stretch. It's that there's a lot of depth and a lot going on that reread. And I'm not saying I have to always go back to the beginning with Air, but sometimes I'll have to take like a couple issues and just kind of go back and reread them to refamiliarize myself with what is going on. Exactly
what's going on and
who those players are.
Yeah, there's that. Yeah, Air is definitely one of those where, when I first picked it up, I thought it was going to be one thing, and as things are going on, they're introducing basically alternate dimensions, alternate forms of phases of consciousness, a little bit of mysticism, a little bit of super high tech science that are beyond normal comprehension. There's if you will, the whatnot of the universe is kind of
a lot of mind games, and a lot of you can't always take somebody at face value for who they say they are and what their motivations are, because a lot of times there's a little sleight of hand going on there as well. It's a lot of espionage, in that book that I really enjoy.
Yeah, espionage, political intrigue. There's a lot of spy whodunit type stuff, and even after you're given the answer, there's still sometimes doubt in your mind. Like, what side are they really on? Are they the good guys? Are they the bad guys? Are they, is there really a good guy? Is there really bad guys in this? Or is it all just, people trying to do what they think is right for the world?
The love story is fantastic because she gets to this point where she trusts this guy enough to believe him to any level, but then there's question marks thrown our way. Is he on the up and up or not? Or maybe not even just him, the organization that he's working for. And is he really working for that organization, or is he with somebody else?
Yeah.
That's the great thing about this story. It's a mystery. And it's a wonderful read as well. I wasn't planning to go heavy into Air, but it is one of those books that, when we talk about young liars, Air has that same kind of quality in me, and I like it. These are both very smart Vertigo series that they give me something a little bit different than I'm getting from my monthly superhero books. They're great reads with great writers and great art teams, and it's just a really fresh, unique looks. And in both books, on the surface, I said there's, you can make some connections as far as that you have to kind of dig through the layers to get the whole story with it, but they're two very different and unique stories, which are very cool. Air is very much into, like you said, today's political espionage and political intrigue and kind of, what can you trust about politics today and relationships between countries. And then I love the historical pieces with that particular series. There was one issue where they went back to the far past to set some prelude material to the whole story that at this point we're ready for as readers, to this country that has been established now at this point. And I really liked that issue as well, the one shot of that.
Yeah, and it's a giant conspiracy theorist. And that's one of the things I really I like. Because I am a bit of a conspiracy theorist. I'm a little bit of a conspiracy nut. I'd like to think I'm level-headed enough to recognize what's just a conspiracy and what is, a plausible, plausible alternate idea. But this definitely is a giant conspiracy theorist wrapped around it. Because as you said, there's sometimes even when we know who the guy is he really that side? And there's always that what is this real? Is this real? Can this be trusted? Which basically is what the conspiracy theorist is out there. I like the fact that a lot of it is it was initially started off in the airline industry, and that's the heavy focus because everything that happened, with 9/11 and all the conspiracy theorists were throwing out about the airplane did this, that, and no, it wasn't that, it was the government involved. Well, now we have this, pseudo-type government-type agency involved. Maybe it was something like that. Is it terrorists or is it this group? Is it, some people who don't really even exist according to the rest of the world, but they've been there forever? It's, what is it? And I like that. I like seeing that, and as stuff are unfolding and we're following, the characters, and it's just like, okay, yeah, I'm digging this. It's a little bit weird. It's a little bit freaky, but it's not weird and freaky in a way that turns me off of the book. It's weird and freaky that it kind of gets me curious and makes me kind of I want to find out more about this.
What makes you ask questions?
Yeah. You question what you're seeing, what you know, questioning reality. So it's kind of a cool experience.
You still reading Unknown Soldier?
Yes.
Yeah, that's a great series because there's a great example of a character throughout his journey, and I think we're on issue 9 now, if I remember correctly. I don't know. I'm just throwing this off the top of my head, so please don't quote me on that. But in the most recent issues, we're seeing a character who is trying to find who he is. He's become this unknown soldier, made himself this unknown soldier. And it is interesting that his wife knows he has become this character. Yeah. But he's become a symbol in this place, and he's trying to find out – it's almost like he's trying to find out whose side he's on. And he's also finding out that political alliances in a war zone – it's often hard to tell who you should side with and who you should help, and what is the best course of action to do something better for the people in this country.
Yeah.
And, because there's this, this Hollywood starlet who's going to be potentially targeted. And should he be an assassin or not? And he's called onto the table because of the fact that he's had to actually, because children are being used as weapons, he's had to kill children to defend himself. And he has to live with those scars. It's almost like he scarred himself because of the horrors and the nightmares that are in there. And it isn't, he's tried to save kids wherever he could and to show them a better way, but sometimes his hand was forced, and it shows the real dark nature of that world where people are being brainwashed and people are being made into human bombs, and it really is a really dark, nightmarish world. I like that exploration. I do like, though, that this world is very complicated, and he's yet to find, we're journeying with him as he tries to discover the best course of action.
Yeah, it is, as dark as they're making it out, because they're being very realistic and very accurate to the region. There's a lot of nasty stuff that goes on, but they're not just showing us the nastiness. They are showing there are some good people laid out in there who are trying to help their own people. They're trying to, raise people up, and there's some honest and, decent people inside that just dealing with unimaginable horrors.
His wife in particular.
Yeah, his wife in particular, but even like just the some of the local, villagers, or these people that, they've lived on this land their whole life. This is the life how they've had to live the whole time, and they're still trying for a better life. They're still trying, and it's, there's a lot of, strength of the human spirit that you see in this that I really dig, because, there's some horrible, horrific, unspeakable things, but you're also seeing some decent people in there, and if you're in such a environment, what would you do? We live a very comfortable lifestyle here in America. It's, especially like you and me, we got nice jobs.
Sure.
We got homes. We got, we've never truly been hungry. The people living over there, they may go a couple days without food.
Right.
They may go a couple days without clean water, and it's.
Wait, and sometimes a couple days only without food. Is a good week.
Yeah, so it's. You're getting an idea, a glimpse into the horrificness of what could be. And it's something whenever they'll they'll show like on TV the starving children and this and that, and I do admit I'm a little bit cold and callous to when I'm watching the TV, that I don't sit around and watch the infomercial showing me how miserable their life is. I flash to another channel quickly so I can laugh and not think of the horrificness. And this comic has really, brought me into it and forced me to really look at it. I've talked about before, I have weird habits and hobbies, and one of the things I do like looking at is just the horrific nature of humanity. I'll check out various hate groups and and all sides of hate groups. I want to see both both sides who hate each other. I go to the neo-Nazi sites and I go to the black supremacist sites. I go to Klan and the environmentalist type people, and there's just
now. Are you looking for the motivations that are driving the hatred?
Yeah. Honestly, exactly. And it's interesting to see if you look at all sides of the hatred, and they'll take the exact same event and they'll spin it in a positive direction in their way. For example, the election of President Obama. Obviously, the Aryan nation, the various, white supremacists are saying, see, we got, he's in power. When he fails, we'll show everybody that white supremacy. The black supremacists are saying, see, it's now started. We're now rising up. We're now taking control. They both took the exact same event and put the spin in their way. And it's a fascinating just study of, hatred. And I'm like, it's horrific, and it's also just very interesting to me that people would, hold on to such anger and violence and hatred, and I keep throwing out the term hatred, and even that's, diminishing the amount of anger that they have towards the other group, that whoever they see as their enemy, that's who this blackness and darkness, just despair and death and destruction that they want, and it's. And then when I'm reading in the book, I'm seeing that same type of hatred. I'm seeing that same type of, darkness that he's going into, and he tries to fight out of it, but he can't. And it's something that really, it's kind of struck an emotional chord with me that in a way I would never have thought. I would. When I first started reading the thing, I was like, this is an interesting book. I'm liking it. It's kind of cool. Got some neat action stuff.
Well, we loved it. I remember we talked about the first issue on the show right when it came out. And you're right. It's taken on it's expanded its scope in a way that I didn't expect.
Yeah, and it's had a legitimate and just emotional effect on me whenever I read it. It's one of those stories that, when I'm done reading it, I do put it down and I think about, not only what I've read, I think about, what if I was in that type of situation? What if I had been born over there? And what if I grew up in a village where, at the age of 8, someone came in, put a gun in my hand and said, okay, you're going to have to kill these people because they're your enemy. You hate them. You must destroy them. And if you don't, I'll kill you. So would I have been one of those, the kids who are doing horrific events? Would I had the strength of character to tell the guy to go pound salt, or in the middle of the very first firefight, drop my gun and run like heck and get away from them? I don't know, and it's.
Well, you see, there are a couple of kids that have done that in the story, but it's really hard to do because this is unfortunately a way of life. Yeah. There are people who are struggling for power in this very dark place. And it's one of the things that I like is you do see kids that are trying to do that, and you see that sometimes there's consequences to that. I do like the fact that we talk about the fact that kids get hurt or even killed at times in the book. It does focus more on the adults when that, in the book, but when that does happen, it's not done in an exploitative way. It's done in a realistic way, and I love the text pieces in the back of the book that accompany this.
Yeah.
Because it really is talking about the region and the research that was done in order to put this book together, and the emphasis on realism, and to try and stick to, really to respect what's going on there and the harsh realities. I agree. It's a very eye-opening book. It's a very social commentary on some of the world issues that are going on today in other places. It did I loved what you said earlier about how it's a type of book that makes you feel good. You know, a lot of times we say, well, geez, things are really tough right now and all that. And yes, they are in America for a lot of people right now with the economy, things like that. But it does, sometimes a book like this is something that makes you go, you know, it's bad, but it could be worse.
Yeah.
And, I consider myself, after reading a book like this, I consider myself, I'm very lucky right now. And, you're right. Any family that can say you're eating every day and not going hungry and all that, you got it pretty good compared to other places at that point. So, and you need that every so often, a wake-up call.
I know. Yeah. If I wanted to, I could right now walk downstairs, go to the cookie jar, and grab a cookie.
Mm-hmm.
There are a lot of people in the world who don't even, who don't have that option. It's
right.
It's a huge thing, and this, as I said, it has been a very eye opener for me. Mm-hmm. Especially with the plight of the hungry, the plight of just the people in the third world country. I will fully admit I used to be one of those people who said, hey, forget about the rest of the world. Let's just focus on what we have here. Focus on helping our own people here. And I do understand why there are so many people saying, hey, no, we have to help them. We have an obligation as one of, if not the richest countries in the world, to help those who can't, start up, who can't help themselves, who need our help.
The phone's not out of the room, Jim.
I can tell the phone's not out of the room, yeah.
Obviously this wasn't planned to go anywhere near as long as it did. We were really going to do a quick, what did I tell you, 15 minutes?
Oh, yeah. You said, hey, we'll do a little 15-minute thing. I'm like, oh, sure, why not? And,
well, we got to chatting about that. It was funny. I wanted to talk about a couple of Vertigo series. This is a great one, though, because you're right. It was very eye-opening that, you and I will consider what is a bad week for us. Well, lately we've had between the two of us, we've had some very busy weeks. We're lucky because that's the biggest problem we have.
Yeah.
We're running around like chickens with our heads cut off, but that's our biggest concern. And it is something where comics, a lot of my favorite comics, in sometimes ways that maybe the author didn't intend, will kind of give you a wake-up call to like, well, life's a lot better than I sometimes give it credit for. I mean, I'll still complain about busy weeks and stuff like that because, we have them and that type of thing. And, schedules and that type of thing. But, geez, we're as anybody who can say my worst problem right now is a busy week, a hectic schedule, that type of thing. We're all doing pretty good.
Yeah.
And I feel bad right now. I feel bad for people that don't have jobs right now, and the economy being very tough for people that don't. I'm lucky that I don't have that problem. My heart goes out to people in those situations, and I do think it's good to have some social commentary, whether it's through a comic or a novel or watching it on television, that wakes you up to understanding the plight of others. We talked about Young Liars. A lot of the problems with those people is they're very self-centered and they don't see other people's situations. They only think about their problems and their flaws and how actions and situations affect them, not how it affects others. And I think as a society, it's good messages to see you need to wake up and realize there's other people out there. And sometimes those other people have issues far worse than your own.
Yeah,
and put things into perspective.
And one thing I do want to make sure people realize, if you haven't read, Unknown Soldier, don't think that, because we said it's eye-opening, it's not preachy. It's not, the throwing it in your face and just, saying, you can help, look at this, It's not like that. It tells a wonderful story. But as you're reading, you're learning, because it's a very realistic, it's a very honest story. The creative team went to great lengths to make sure this is an accurate representation of the region, of what's going on over there. And as you're seeing this story, it's one of those things where they don't have to be preachy about it. They don't have to tell you these things. You're going to get this emotional reaction from it because they did such a great job in writing. They did such a great job with the artwork that it pulls you in.
And that is the great thing, though, because this character, even right now, and that's what I'm liking about it, is he doesn't know necessarily what is the right path for him right now. He's trying to find it. He's trying to find the right thing to do. And I know I said this before, but I think it's a important point. Because of the realism of this region, a lot of times the frustration for this character comes from the fact, where can I make an impact? What is the right thing for me to do? How can I help? And that, and you know, do I want to help? Who do I want to help? And why would I be motivated to do that? And I do like that journey for this character because it's a very human journey. If he is going to get motivated to do anything, there has to be a reason to drive him to do that. And what is that reason? What is going to, and that's the great thing about the realism of this. And you're right, it's not preachy at all. And some of the things that you and I are discussing are things that you and I, outside of the issue, started thinking about. You know, they're things that when you put the book down, you start. I love when a comic makes me go in broad directions after I'm done reading it. Makes me think well beyond the story that's contained between cover to cover, and you know, just makes me explode with thoughts and thinking. It makes me grow as a person. That's literature. That happens with great novels. It happens with great movies. It happens with it's art. It happens with great comics. It's something that storytelling, good story, whether it's a superhero comic or, you know, a social commentary piece like this, whatever you want to call it, you know, this could be argued the Unknown Soldiers, you know, taken from a really interesting superhero concept in its own right. It's something that I think this book is really interesting. 3 very different books to talk about Air, Unknown Soldier, and Young Liars. But I just thought we don't always get a chance to talk about Vertigo.
Talk Vertigo, and we both read it and we both enjoy it. And but there's so much going on in the DCU that draws our attention. You know, definitely, if you're not reading Vertigo, if you got some money set extra in your budget, you may want to look at some of these titles because Vertigo gives some great stuff out there.
And during our Speeding Bullets during the next couple of weeks, we'll have to talk about that Greek Street. That was $1. Vertigo's doing, and for any of you that want to try out a Vertigo book, pay attention to when these $1 issues come out. And some of them have already come out. Air had a $1 issue, didn't it? Am I thinking right? Yeah. A lot of these books are having $1 issues as they go along. And I highly recommend check one of those out because it's $1. It's a great jumping on point. That issue, I'm sure the creative team knew that was going, like Greek Street, it's the first issue. Yeah. But, I'm sure the creative team in these cases knows when that issue's coming up and they try to craft a story that will at least give you a little heads up into what your world is that you're reading there. And I really appreciate that $1 price point as a way to bring in new readers to check out the monthly. So, you know, as a reader, it's an easy way to jump on. And I will say this, for Vertigo, if you go to the website, a lot of the first issues of Vertigo titles are available on Vertigo's website. So if you go to dccomics.com and you click on the Vertigo tab, it'll take you over to that, and there's a lot of them in PDF format. I believe it's PDF format that you can click right on, and you can just read them right on your computer and check out and see if a book's right for you. And some of it's the current running series. Others are older series that are traded because there's a wonderful trade program with Vertigo. That check that stuff out because for me, I've always had, since Vertigo's been implemented from DC, I've always had at least one Vertigo title. I will admit I haven't always picked up every Vertigo title. During my college years, wasn't able to do that. But there were times where, like for example, when books like Preacher were out, I was reading Preacher, and I believe Seekers into Mystery was running during that time, and Sandman, there was an overlap. So I was reading 3 Vertigo titles at that point. And when like Seekers into the Mystery ended, I remember that opened up a spot for me to check out a new Vertigo book when it became available. So I tried to keep my budget to a certain number of books, but at the same time, I was able to have like really diverse reading because if you take a look at Seekers into Mystery, Sandman, and then Preacher, very different reads. Yeah, just as different as what we're talking about right here. And Seekers into Mystery was another short-lived series. Not short-lived. I mean, it had a nice run, but it was cut shorter than the author intended to and it was one of those series when it ended, I was like, oh, I don't really want this to end because I love these characters. So Vertigo is something, if you're looking for something just a little different, you're like, I'm reading a lot of superhero books, I'd like to read something a little outside that, Vertigo's a great spot to go to for that. And any of those books we just mentioned on this episode would be a really good one for you to check out. It's funny how this was meant to be a 15-minute test call, so because I reloaded all the software to see how we're doing for recording.
How do we do on a 15-minute call?
It's going to be edited, but we're at like 55 minutes. Although, honestly, there's going to be like some opening bits from you and me that we're going to shave out because it doesn't apply for an episode. But it is funny that this will be a show segment now.
Yeah. But of course.
Yeah, but it's good.
Who we are.
These are Vertigo books that, well, because I really was going to talk about one book with you, and I threw it at you first. I figured, I'll let Jim, if there's something Jim wants to talk about. Yeah, so then I figured, all right, I'm rereading Young Liars right now. I've been doing that, though. I did it with Fables as well, where it is funny. My Vertigo books more often than my DCU books. Like my DCU books, sometimes I'll have to go and read 2 or 3 issues to kind of keep me refreshed on what's going on. But it seems with the Vertigo books that a lot of times, I think because I'll stockpile them, that I need to go back and reread certain parts of the run in order to really get a grasp of what's going on in the stories. But I love those. I love doing that, and I find a lot of value. So it is like Fables. I'm still rereading Fables from the beginning, but now I'm divided because I'm reading it from the beginning again to kind of get refreshed on everything, but I'm also reading the current issues because I liked the Great Fables crossover so much that I'm heavily invested on where things are at right now, that I want to see where they're going next. So I've got this weird way I'm reading Fables at the moment. I'm a little bit in the back and I'm a little bit in the front. It's kind of a funny way to do that. Jim, if you had to pick a favorite Vertigo title right now, do you have one that you would say is my favorite that your favorite at the moment?
Favorite is it's got to be Unknown Soldier.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, for the longest time it was DMZ, and I'm still enjoying DMZ, but Unknown Soldier is really, I was able to shift DMZ into trade reading again. I'm back on trade reading, and I'm reading trade on that just because I have so many titles out there that I'm reading that it was just stockpiling anyways. So I'm like, I'll just, stockpile it in a trade and do it that way. But Unknown Soldier, I could not go to trade right now. I need to read it as it comes out.
House of Mystery, for me, is a ton of fun.
Yeah, that's a fun one.
That's one that I honestly...
Xanadu, too. Madam Xanadu.
You know what? The most recent issue of Man of Xanadu, they've got Michael William Kaluta is doing the artwork right now for this current arc that's running through. And the mystery that's set up in there and how it brings in Diane Belmont, the wife of the Golden Age Sandman, is it's a really cool story. I've liked Madame Xanadu. One of the great things about that book is it follows her life from basically being, like a wood nymph or whatever you want to call her, to present day. But it's going throughout all eras of history. And I'm really liking that exploration, not only of her, but I like what they did with the Phantom Stranger for the longest time as well.
Yeah.
And Zatanna's father even appears.
Yeah, he makes his appearance. And
so it's another great series. I would say, oof. It's funny, you say Madame Xanadu. I'm like, well, I don't know. Maybe over House.
Those are close ones. But for me, it is Unknown Soldier. I really, I've stockpiled some episodes of, issues of, I caught it that time, of Madame Xanadu.
I wasn't going to call you on it either.
Xanadu and Mystery, I have stockpiled some of those issues just because things are getting busy. But Soldier, it's not my first book I read. But when the issue comes out, that because we get our comics on Thursday. That Thursday, I will read it by Thursday. It may be the last book I read before going to bed, which is an interesting experience because some of those issues are a little bit, disturbing. But it is read that first day though.
I would have I honestly would say if I had to shave down to one Vertigo title, it would be something by Willingham and Sturgis. I'm almost inclined to say House of Mystery because it's a single book. But the Fables line, that lineup is so good. I would probably, strangely enough, between the main Fables book and Jack of Fables, I'd probably lean towards Jack of Fables, just because.
Well, Jack's funny. That's
what it is. I think the humor of that. I like Jack so much. I would have a tough time though between those two books deciding which one of the two, but I would probably lean a little bit more towards Jack.
I would definitely lead a little bit more towards Jack, over Fables. And it's not a knock on Fables. Fables is a good story. I think there's just that little smirk, that little schmarmy smirk he sometimes gets, and just that when he's addressing, I do like the fact when he addressed the reader, and he's talking to us directly, because he knows we're reading it.
I'm a fan of that when it makes sense. I don't like it when it's overdone, but in the case of Jack, especially with the reveal of him as a literal, that to me was just like, I'm like, all right, you've made this a story element then, and there's an explanation as to why he's doing that. I'm a fan of that. I really do like that when it makes sense. And it's not overdone. I like at the beginning and the ending of the book that there's usually a very funny piece that's totally written in character by Jack. And I love that he even left his book during the crossover. Yeah. I mean, it's just such a cool character. I would honestly say I have a hard time between House of Mystery Fables and Jack of Fables deciding which Willingham and Sturgis book that I would pick. But Jack of Fables, I think, would edge those out. It's a tough call, though. It's funny. I asked you the question. It was on a whim. I didn't have anything prepared on it for myself. But with my Vertigo line, just as much as my DCU line, I would have a tough time making a shorter list. I will say, if I had to cut down my comic reading right now to only a few books, I would have to have one Vertigo title at least in my pull list, as well as my superhero books, because it's something a little different. So I would, if I had to shave down to like 5 books, I would leave enough in my budget for one extra book to be my one Vertigo title, just to get that little different perspective.
Yeah.
And that might mean I'd do 4 superhero books and one Vertigo book if I had to keep it at 5. Because when we talk about that on the show, we usually pick our DC Universe books, and we kind of leave Vertigo in that. That's a whole other ball game to open up.
I know. See, if I couldn't cut down to 5, I honestly couldn't do it. I'd sell a kidney if I had to. We talk about that addict mentality, right? Addict mentality.
Buy my organ, I need.
Hey, you can sell those for a pretty good price on the black market,
Boy, Jim Siegel has the strangest eBay list. Like the kidney, teeth, nail clippings. All to finance his comic book hobby. Let me ask you this. If you had to cut down to, because it's always interesting, if you had to cut down on titles, would you sell comics that you've read previously? Because I've had to do that before. Would you be willing to sell comics you've had previously to finance reading new material?
Yeah, I probably would.
I would too.
Mm-hmm. It would be tough, but there are full runs that I have that I would actually sell, and I'd probably.
It'd be hard to do.
Yeah, it'd be really tough to do, but I probably would, and it would be hard picking which ones I would sell, and just so I can keep it going, getting the new stories coming in.
Well, honestly, since we've been doing the show, I've had to do it a couple times. Just because of the fact that, there was something around the house that we were doing, and I was like, I really just right now with everything that we're doing here, I really need to generate some extra cash. So I took a hard look at my collection. I'm like, I'm getting this, I'm collecting some trades, and there's a couple of runs that I'm like, if I sell this, I can use this to finance some of my comics, so that way I'm not taking from our liquid cash that we're using for a home improvement project or something like that. It's hard to do as a collector. But we had an audio comment from one of our readers talking about library binding, and one of the reasons that he does, one of our listeners who does library binding, because he's a comic reader, and he was talking about the merits of that. And you know what? There's a lot of runs that I'm looking at right now that I would love to get library bound, and I'm going to get, like DC Solo is a for sure library bound for me, because I don't see that being collected, although I'm baffled as to why that should be absoluted, because it's all a different artist every issue. So that one would obviously it's kind of a no-brainer. With did you read any of that? I know we've discussed it before.
No, I haven't.
I think it went for 12 issues. I have to pull up my issues to see. It might have been a little bit longer than that. But it was every issue was a different artist, and it was like an anthology within where they told different stories. And it was really cool. Darwin Cook had one. Michael Allred had one. Paul Pope. I mean, I could go on, but it was great because each of those issues was done by that artist. So it was a solo. They called it solo because that was the spotlight of the book, was the artist. So sometimes there'd be superhero stories, and then there would be like a story that would be more Vertigo-y, or you know what I mean. It would kind of, and it was all, and like Darwin Cook, when he did it, the whole thing was interconnected. There was a continuing little storyline that was running through that kind of interconnected the little vignettes that he was doing within. So it was really interesting, and it was a good series, and I really wish that it had been able to stick around longer, because I was hoping that eventually every artist would be able to do it, or every writer. It would be great to, have like a Gail Simone, a Jeff Johns issue, to be able to have every creator eventually be able to do a solo issue. Go to colorists and go to, just because I think to be able to artistically play around with those type of things, because they worked with other creators a lot of times. Not everyone did. Some of them did the whole book themselves, but others, because of their strengths, they, pulled in other creators to work with them. So it was fun to see that every issue was very unique and different. It's one at the convention bins. If you didn't read this one, I can't recommend DC Solo more highly to people to check out. It's a great way, if you like anything that's experimental at all. DC Solo is totally an experimental experience where it's really showing comics again as an art form, where creators really just got to blast off and have fun. And I'd love to see that continue in a mainstream book, because I think that's the type of thing that then points to people checking out comics across the board, and mainstream and independent, and it shows that comics can do pretty much anything and any type of storytelling, and Solo is one of those that kind of is another eye-opening series that I can recommend for people to check that out. But I don't know, Sensei, I think we've certainly done
a good 15 minutes.
Yeah, this was a great 15-minute conversation. We should do these more often. I wanted to make a little addendum to our conversation, because since you and I had this chat, I actually finished 4 more issues of Young Liars that I hadn't read previously. Are you caught up on this book?
Mostly, yeah.
Okay. It is interesting because we were asking the question, what is real, what is not? And I think I want to continue on that because I'm still wondering that.
Yeah.
Because we're seeing from him now, he was put in an insane asylum. And did you read any of that where he was put in an insane asylum? And then he escaped. And then it seems like he starts this whole new life.
Yeah.
And then the next issue, he's got a whole new life yet again.
Yeah, and
it seems like is it a conspiracy thing where he's being messed with by these spider aliens or Sadie's family, or is it him creating this world around him because he really is this rapist they were painting him to be? What is real? Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know. It's, and
because remember, Sadie died when in one of the stories, Sadie died and they were convincing him of this, that when she was 6.
Yeah.
And what happened with Cece? Cece was somebody that he raped. But then the next issue, it seems like he was convincing everybody that they are who they really are, and they're all being messed with.
Right.
So what is real, what is not? Is this all in his head?
I don't know. And that's part of the thing where,
Annie X was a double agent
as
we're getting into the rig. I like the fact that my head's being messed
Yeah,
with
and then
here because
we see the one whole.
And this isn't a criticism. Please don't. I actually like this.
Oh yeah, the mystery and trying to figure out is part of the fun of this title. I don't want every title to be like this, but
same with
I
me.
like the fact that this title is doing this, where you don't exactly know what's going on. You're trying to figure out the play out, and this is one where you really need to read and then reread.
It's not bad storytelling. It's crafted for you to be feeling this way.
Right. Yeah.
You're trying to question, because the title is Young Liars, and the question is who's lying about what.
Yeah.
And who do you trust, and what story is actually real?
Yeah, like the one story where they're showing the guy who has the sandwich shop.
Yeah.
And Sadie's in town, and it's the Sadie that we all know and love who's a little bit out there. Uh-huh. But she's out there not because she's got a bullet in her head, but because she did too much drugs and the sex, drugs, and rock and roll lifestyle.
Right.
But her family still is this powerful entity in the town, and so everyone flocks and everyone's all, being all friendly with her. And we see this guy, this sandwich shop guy, his life basically fall apart. Where did that part of the story come from? It's
then the part where Lorelai becomes Sadie, and also the point where he wants to put a bullet in her head too. And then it seems like by the end of it, she does. Remember when he shoots her out of the cannon?
Yeah,
it's the point where it's like, did she become Sadie? Is she really Sadie? What is going on? It's interesting to. Is he lying to her? Did he mess with her head enough to convince her she is Sadie, or is she really Sadie and they're being messed with? What is going on?
Yeah, what's the truth?
Yeah.
I hope to God we find out in the end.
Yeah.
I do hope we get the definitive, when this ends, I hope we get the definitive ending that says
I think it's one of the reasons why I'm disappointed this series is being canceled, because I'm liking so much trying to figure it out, and that every time I think I got a handle on it,
they change it.
Laughing throws another curveball your way. And it is, to me, it's like I said, I want to stress again, none of this is critical. It's actually enjoyable. As a reader, you're trying to figure out what is a lie and what is the truth in this whole thing. And are there elements in each story that are the truth, or is it one big, brain?
Is it all in his head?
Yeah.
Is it all in her head?
Uh-huh.
Where it's...
Because there was implication in the one issue that it was him crafting it as a way to...
cope with what happened.
Yes. It's denial of things that he did. But then it seems to imply in later issues that no, none of that was true. And I do like the fact that the true reality is that it seems that he's physically intact again. But that doesn't make sense to him either, which I like. So I don't know. I'm curious. And I just wanted to throw that little addendum on because I thought it was, when we had that discussion, I was not as far as I am now. I've now read all the issues again. And there was a few issues I was stockpiling, which I do with Vertigo books sometimes. And I'm completely caught up on the book now. And that's still where I'm at. But it was interesting. So,
yeah, we're still trying to figure it out. Yeah. It's nice.
Very, very good book. Are you reading Unwritten? Did we talk about? I don't think we talked about Unwritten at all, did we?
No, we have not talked about it, and I did not pick that up. But I
at all?
Actually, yeah, but I've since located it, and I haven't read it though.
I'll do a quick blurb on it because maybe we can chat a little bit more over this next week or the week after. But Unwritten so far it's in the third issue. And it starts out with this interesting, it's almost like a Harry Potter-like, and believe me, that is oversimplifying. It's Mike Carey and Peter Gross, the team on Lucifer, who are back together again. But the concept is, what if this character who's been written by his father has the same name as the character in the book? All of a sudden, it seems like, through events, people believe he really is the character that was in the book. Dad gives the title character the same name as his son. But then we as the readers start to question, is he really that character? Did those events really happen to him? And then, cool. There's explorations. What is the power of literature? Do these stories have meaning beyond the actual story themselves? Did these events happen on some level? Do they affect our world on some level? Yes or no? I don't know. And that's where I'm at. And in 3 issues in, it's still that mystery. There's issue 3 opens up with an exploration with a bunch of authors getting together, analyzing Mary Shelley's Frankenstein and going back historically to the history of that character. And it was interesting to see whether or not that character... Yeah, I guess I was wondering if that character had, a real role or not. I don't know. It's an interesting book. The one girl that has befriended him throughout this, as these strange events are happening around him, is the girl who had the same name as his, Hermione type character from Harry Potter. And at some level, it seems like she may really be
that character.
Yeah. She genuinely has feelings for him that she's not willing to admit yet. And he catches on to it, and it does affect him as well. So there's a little bit of a hidden love story going on here as well. Dad, who wrote the stories, has vanished completely. Leaves a note for his son, and it unlocks a different mystery and a doorknob to the secret door to his room from the old mansion that nobody's been able to get in since his disappearance. He's being blamed for the disappearance of his dad because he had the most to gain from Dad disappearing. Financially and all that. So
look who gains from it.
Right, exactly. So it is interesting that if he didn't do it, who did it and why, and what is going on there. So it's a cool story so far. I'm not saying it's as simple as the Harry Potter character.
I blame Malfoy.
Huh?
I blame Malfoy for doing it.
And I really want to caution again, this really is not Harry Potter takeoff. It's a takeoff of you could apply Chronicles of Narnia to the same story, or any character where it's that. It's just Harry Potter happens to come to mind at first because it's the whole magic realm and everything that's in this. I love it. It's unique. It's fresh. It's different. It's contemporary to today, and it's an interesting concept that hasn't been really explored on this level before. I like it. It's another one of those keeps me thinking books. Mm-hmm. Which Vertigo's kind of famous for. Great writing by Mike Carey. I'm being deliberately vague here because I know you haven't read it yet.
Yeah, and I've picked it up, and so I will be reading it.
Did you pick it? Because I think the first issue was another one of those dollar issues, I believe, which I really like that Vertigo's doing. Does that influence you trying the book?
Yes. If it's a dollar issue, I pick it up.
Okay, because I can tell just from our conversations that you're not necessarily picking up every Vertigo title monthly. So does it help you to try a Vertigo title monthly, or do you have you picked up all the dollar issues or most of them?
I've picked up most, if not all of them. I think I caught them all.
Okay, but
it does help me to pick up if it's a new series, I will pick it up and see if I like it, and then I'll say, okay, let me add it to the trade rotation. Okay. And I'll pick up.
Because I wouldn't care if you said I don't. I was curious to see if that does that in.
It does.
Is it something where you were initially saying, I don't know if I want to do this or not, and that price point makes a difference?
Yeah, definitely the price point does make a difference for me to try one issue and see if I like it.
Right.
Yeah.
Because at the 50 to 75% off, we're not actually paying $1.
Right. You're paying even less than that. So, yeah.
So it's kind of a no-brainer. So I was curious if you were doing that. So that's cool. So I'd like to talk about that book some more. I don't know. The Vertigo stuff is really fun for me, so I just thought it'd be. I'm reading all the Vertigo titles monthly now.
Yeah. I'm not.
Yeah. I'm Vertigo happy this summer. I think it's because I'm on my summer break right now. I'm getting caught up on a lot of my stockpiled Vertigo titles, so I'm very into them at the moment. So we'll be talking more about this over in coming weeks. But that Nobody hardcover, the fact that I read that shows that I'm really making some more time for these things, and I really quite enjoyed that as well. So cool stuff. Glad we had a chance to talk a little bit of Vertigo. It's funny how our 15-minute conversation just kind of blossomed.
Beyond
it's kind of fun, though, because our listeners got a chance to hear us go a little bit more off the cuff, which normally everything's very scripted and very well planned ahead of time. And I usually prefer to work that way. This was something we did only because we were testing things out, so I hope you guys got to enjoy this. It's something that's a little bit different for us, so cool. Jim, before we close out the show, I want to talk about our contest winners. We did have Preacher Was the correct answer for our contest. That's the book we're going to be doing next after we're done with For Tomorrow. After we're done with For Tomorrow, we'll be listing the DCBService.com in-stock trades, I should say, prices for that particular book. But the winners it was Deadpool. I actually had 4 people. It was supposed to be the top 3, but 2 of them tied when they came in. It was Deadpool from the forums, Robert Lopez, Matt Brandel, Brandal, and Beth Vivieros, and I apologize, Beth, I know I'm butchering your last name. It's Viveiros, and I apologize. I know that wasn't right. But those were our 4 winners, and I really appreciate the amount of people that participated, and there were people actually that sent in after those 4 came in. I also want to apologize to them. I have not had a chance to send them the prizes yet. I've actually been pulling. I have a bunch of never-before-read trades and things that I'm donating to this that I've been pulling from my long boxes. I put everything in alphabetical order, including I thought I had them in a separate box.
Oh.
But I went back this summer, at the start of summer, I'm like, oh, finally I can kind of take my drawer boxes. So remember, we talked about the collection drawers and how now that I have them, connected and everything like that, well, I'll go and, organize everything. I put all of the brand new trades and things that I was thinking about using for contest material in alphabetical order where they belong chronologically. So I'm going through all of my 30 boxes trying to find the ones, because I want to give ones that have never been read before,
right.
Just because I'm like, okay, this will be fun. But then I'm also going to use Chad Burdett's things. I'm going on vacation. I don't have a chance to finish this. So what I'm going to do is it's Deadpool, Robert, Matt, and Beth. As soon as I get back from my vacation, and I'm going to email all of you before I leave, just to make sure if you don't hear it on the episode, you're going to hear this. I promise you I will get you the prizes. I just want to announce on the show I have not done that yet, but it's only because I want to give you a bigger selection. I could technically just use Chad's stuff, which is great, but I'm going to bundle Chad's stuff together. I'm going to bundle up the things that I have and give people their own choices so that way they have things that they really want to read.
They really want to read, yeah. Cool.
Because Chad donated some really cool stuff, so... this will give people some chances. So there actually is a method to the madness, and I apologize because I didn't realize I had done that. Anyway, our sponsors for this episode are DCBService.com and InStockTrades.com. You can pick up that Luna Park hardcover talking about, I just love the Nobody. They have a special discount of 55% off. Regularly $24.99, only $11.24. Boy, I'm not stumbling this time, Jim.
Good job.
When we did the opening of this show, I must have done this like 4 times, and I still think I screwed it up. JSA versus Cobra, number 4 of 6. Our friend Art Lyon's working on this one, colorist Art Lyon. I'm loving it. It's a beautiful, beautiful book. Written by Eric Trotman, art by Don Kramer and Michael Babinski, cover by Gene Ha. The trail of Cobra leads to the Justice Society of America to Fawcett City. Jason Burr may think that it's safe to venture into former Shazam territory, but he's about to learn that the JSA protects each other's turf no matter what. And now that Burr has gotten them mad, there's no holding the Justice Society back. Regularly $2.99, 40% off, only $1.79. DCB Service remains your source for your pre-order needs. And I want to talk about InStockTrades.com, Brian Azzarello, Jim Lee, Scott Williams, the 12-issue For Tomorrow Epic, 204 to 215. As soon as Mandy comes back from her vacation, we are diving into this book. Absolute For Tomorrow, $75 regularly, 47% off, only $39.75. They're also supporting us with the trade paperbacks. Volume 1 and Volume 2 are $14.99 each. You can get each one for $7.94 at that 47% off, which is great. And I want to thank InStockTrades.com for supporting our listeners with those contests, because that's really cool that they're putting on that extra 10% discount for Raging Bullets listeners to be able to buy. Woohoo! Yeah, that's cool. I want to remind everyone to check out RagingBullets.com. There's listener-produced columns. Where's What Not Now's, DC release dates, show news, and more. We have 2 columns going right now that are being done regularly, which are really great, so check those out at the website. We're always looking for submission and participation. Please send them to ragingcontest@gmail.com. Even if you want to do just like, single ones once every 6 months, something like that. Blogs, comments, Where's What Not Now's. There's a great one of you.
Yeah.
In the Batmobile that's up there as well.
Cool.
But I'm loving all the listener-produced stuff. I consider this show a partnership. It's ragingcontest@gmail.com. If you call the show voicemail line, which will be back up next week, that's 1-440-388-4434 or drnorge on Skype. Any of those, send me an email if you want to be interested into the contest, and any of those will go towards contest entries. Please send the emails, though, because for me, clerical-wise, it helps me to keep track of who called, because I need a way to get back to you, which your email address gives me. So if you could please do that. Our next contest will be after we're done with Preacher.
Yeah.
So we'll be picking a listener winner when we start that. So considering that Mandy comes back at the end of July, probably towards the end of August, beginning of September, we'll be doing Preacher. So once we start Preacher, we will start a contest, then choosing our next winner. I like having listeners on. It's going to be kind of fun to see what they're going to pick up next. Preacher's one that we've had a lot of demand for, though.
And we've wanted to talk about it, so yeah.
Yeah, which I didn't. It's something that before we did the show, you hadn't read. And,
no.
It's a great book. Anyway, we will see you next week with Blackest Night. I'm excited for this Blackest Night. It's really one of the reasons why we're doing this on Tuesday is because of I will be back, and we were going to record 2 episodes back-to-back so I could just release one when I return from my trip. We're delaying this episode a day and next week's episode to Tuesday. We're moving to Tuesday for the next couple weeks, so that way when I come back, we can jump right into Blackest Night. So we changed our plans drastically. We're going to have 2 episodes in the can to make it easier for me for next week, and
Why make it easier for us?
No, not when Blackest Night's coming out. We want to deliver that on our next week's episode. So Blackest Night next week. Heavy discussion on Blackest Night. I'm excited. Finally here. Bye.
Bye. I got one line, and you're taking it from me, man.
Well, no, you know what it is? I know the reason why you didn't say bye was because I kept going.
Yeah.
Listen to the end for Jim Braidic. We'll see you next week.
Bye.
Jim, at the Screaming Tiki Con, you had a really cool experience. You met Sam Witwer and Erin Gray. Tell us how it went when you met Sam Witwer and Erin Gray. What were they like?
They were very personable, very nice. I've seen other celebrities in person, and they seemed kind of disenchanted to even be there. They were very welcoming, and they made you really feel at home. You just called me by my first name, remembered my son's name. They were really good folks, and they ended up selling me on Battlestar Galactica, which I have not seen because Sam Witwer was in it. They also recommended
He was in Battlestar?
Yeah,
I didn't know that.
There's a photo on his table, and I said, well, now what was this you did? And I wasn't familiar with the show, so he told me about it, and then each of them referred me down the road to Edward James Olmos, who was the star of Battlestar Galactica, and they told me I'd regret it for the rest of my life if I didn't go meet him, which I did, and he ended up being one of the nicest, most personable celebrities I've ever spoken with. He took 15 minutes to talk to me and my son, and called us by name again, and was selling the show and how proud he was of it. And he was a very nice guy, very great experience with all three of those celebrities.
Now, when you go to cons, one of the things I enjoy about going to cons, like I tend to go to comic conventions. I'm looking for comics, but you tend to look for toys. Did you see? I mean, it's collectibles that you get at cons. Did you see anything that you thought was particularly cool, or did you grab anything that you thought was cool?
Well, I saw a lot of stuff. A few things were out of my price range that I really thought was nice, but my chase pieces weren't there, really. The things I've been looking for, I didn't find there. But there was a lot of good stuff to look at if you're into that kind of thing. And mostly geared towards Star Wars, actually, seemed to be the majority of items, and some Superman and superheroes items, too. It was... I didn't buy anything particularly, but no, it was still a good amount of stuff.
I had fun when we were looking at the Viewmasters, because it took me back to childhood, because I had a Viewmaster set, and this one guy was selling Viewmasters, and they were in the case, they were still in like the case, well, not the cases, but they were in the sleeve that they come in, and it was cool to see Super Friends and $6 Million Man. The $6 Million Man one I had as a kid. If I still had my Viewmaster, I probably would have bought it, just because of how cool that was. I also had the Shazam one as a kid.
Oh, in retrospect, I should have bought the $6 Million Man one. I had it in my hand along with the Super Friends, and I figured I'll pick it up at the end if I don't see anything, and now you got me, now I have regret.
You said there were some items that were out of your price range. What were some of the ones that were out of your price range and you were like eyeing that, saying, if this was cheaper, I probably would have grabbed it?
They had some Sideshow Indiana Jones toys. So they had a Rene Belloc, which he was a great nemesis to Indy, and an Indiana Jones from Sideshow, which they were both really nice pieces, but when they're hovering around $100, I just couldn't seem... I couldn't part with it, part with that kind of cash for another toy.
Being a 70s TV fan like you are, there was one chase piece that you were mentioning that you were looking for. What was that chase piece?
I was looking for Starsky and Hutch's Torino for the Mego figures from the 70s. I've been looking for that for a while. Anytime I see it on eBay, it's well overpriced. The bidding goes out of my price range. And unfortunately, I did not see my Mego Starsky and Hutch Torino. That saddened me.
It was a pretty cool con, though. I really hope that the celebrity aspect of it comes back next year, that we continue to... I hope it gets bigger. Because the one in Niles was bigger than this one. Yeah. And that was my only minor gripe with this one, was that I wished it was the same scope and scale as the one in Niles, which was huge. But this was fun. I had a great time at it.
Oh, I did too. I had a good time, but yeah, Niles was really good. I mean, the tables, the vendor tables, was I think more than double than Niles, and I had talked to the people at Big Fun just the other day who was at the Niles when they said it wasn't advertised that well for this one. Otherwise, they'd have been a part of that as well. But yeah, I agree. Although the celebrities are still pretty. They were a great draw, and they were very personable, very nice to be there. I've been at other things where they, like I says, they were. It seemed like they wanted to be anywhere else but that place.
I know.
These people were they were really cool. They actually approached you to talk to. They were very personable, and I had despite the size, it was still a really good. I enjoyed myself. I liked the event.
I love the fact that there were nothing but smiles. You know, I agree with you. I've been to conventions before, and I think part of the problem is by the time, you know, like if you don't go on the first day when the thing opens up, you catch celebrities on a Sunday, and I've caught comic creators on a Sunday too, where it's got to be by then, like, the longest journey for those guys to be sitting there. But this con was good, and I hope that it grows bigger for the following years because Cleveland can use it.